Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting. It is 8:30 a.m., and this meeting is officially called to order. We will start today, as usual, with our chaplain prayer and pledges, and Chaplain Tallis is here to lead us in both.
Good morning. Will you join me in prayer, please? Our Heavenly Father, we pause this morning to simply come before you and to recognize that you bear witness to who we are and to what we do. Before we begin this meeting, we want to offer our thanksgiving to you. We thank you for your faithfulness to us and the provisions that you make in our lives. We thank you for each person in this meeting and the unique talents and the perspectives that they all bring. We thank you for the opportunity to gather together and to work towards a common goal. We pray for clear minds, efficient communication, and effective problem solving. We ask for your presence in this meeting as we strive to be productive and efficient in our discussions. Help us to stay focused and on task. Give us creative ideas and solutions that will bring about positive results, for we want to please you in all that we do. We seek your guidance. We thank you for your love and blessings. In the name of Christ, amen. Will you join me for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee. One state, under God. May be seated.
We have one proclamation this morning, and it is the proclamation for the Vietnam War Veterans Memorial Day. And so, Larry, you want to join me up front here as we read that?
Good morning, ladies.
And those in the audience who are here for this as well, please come forward. The Vietnam War Veterans Recognition Act of 2017 established March 29th as National Vietnam Veterans Day. This year, March 29th, marks the 50th anniversary of the imminent capture of Ho Chi Minh City, the former capital, Saigon, of the Republic of South Vietnam by North Vietnamese forces. This was the last major military event of the Vietnam War that occurred from March 4th to April 30th, 1975. President Gerald Ford's proclamation on May 7, 1975, administratively ended this divisive war for the United States of America. On March 29, 2025, we will once again pause to remember the more than 9 million military personnel who served on active duty during the Vietnam War era from August 5, 1964 to May 7, 1975. These commemoratives will include special tribute to the 3.5 million American men and women who served honorably in the Southeast Asia theater and the more than 1.5 million service members who either fought in combat or provided close combat support. All these veterans served with courage and valor during what was, at that time, this nation's largest war. As a nation, we owe an immeasurable debt of gratitude to all veterans who served in the Vietnam War theater of operations, especially to the more than 58,000 who made the ultimate sacrifice, including more than 20 of our own heroes from Tom Green County. The freedoms we enjoy daily are a direct result of their commitment and sacrifice, and we are grateful for their unconditional service. It is equally important to understand and acknowledge the struggles that untold numbers of these war horses and their families live with in their daily routines. As a nation, it is our duty to ensure that we always remember them and diligently strive to meet their needs. As President Lincoln said, quote, "to care for him who has borne the battle and for his widow and orphans," end of quote. Now, therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, in accordance with the Vietnam War Veteran Recognition Act dated March 28, 2017, do recognize March 29, 2025 as Vietnam War Veterans Memorial Day in San Angelo, Texas. Further be it known that the citizens of San Angelo remember with eternal respect the service, valor, and sacrifices of all former and current active duty personnel of the Armed Forces of the United States of America. Who would like to receive this proclamation?
Thank you to the City of San Angelo, Mayor Gunter, City Council, for recognizing the bravery of these young men when they left for war. They did not get the welcome home they deserved, but we're making up for that now. And I would ask you please to stand and give a round of applause for all the Vietnam veterans that serve in our community. I know there may not be many in the audience today, but those that are in San Angelo love San Angelo because they love their veterans. And you being here, recognizing them on this day for their service is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
If I could ask the mayor and Chief Master Sergeant retired J.J. Graham to stand in front of the podium. On the 28th of this month, there will be a ceremony at Goodfellow marking the 50th anniversary of the official end of the Vietnam War, America's longest war up to that time. We will be honoring Vietnam veterans who have passed. We'll have stone pavers which will be placed and unveiled honoring several Army and Air Force air crews that paid the ultimate sacrifice for their country during the war, as well as many living and deceased veterans of all services. Unfortunately, Mayor Gunter has a previous and unbreakable commitment and will be unable to attend the ceremony. Because of this, we are taking this opportunity to honor her publicly for her unmatched support and efforts throughout the United States of America's 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War Commemorative Partners Program. We take great pleasure in honoring the distinctive contributions of Mayor Gunter in welcoming home thousands of Vietnam veterans throughout West Texas who served during the war. Among those pavers to be unveiled will be one celebrating Mayor Gunter's selfless commitment during the 10-year span of the 50th anniversary program and ensured our veterans received a proper thank you from our country that was so strikingly absent in the years following the war. Mayor Gunter participated in countless ceremonies throughout the Concho Valley, honoring our veterans' service and sacrifice, pinning each of them with a distinctive lapel pin and greeting them with a heartfelt and sincere welcome home on behalf of a grateful nation. And so, on behalf of the United States of America's 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War Commemoration Program and the EC-47 History Site Commemorative Partners Program Committee, we are very proud to honor Mayor Brenda Gunter as a champion of the 50th anniversary program and to present her with a medallion identical to the one that will grace her paver at the Wyatt Eddy Memorial Plaza in front of Wing Headquarters on Goodfellow. I read the inscription on it. At the very top of it is the seal of the City of San Angelo, and below it it reads, Honorable Brenda Gunter, Mayor, 2017-2025, a Vietnam Veterans Welcome Home Champion. Would you please join me now in a round of applause?
why I didn't speak, 'cause I wouldn't make it through it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. We will now move into the public comment section of our agenda today. Members of the public may raise issues or concerns not listed on the regular agenda during this time. To participate, please sign in with the city clerk prior to the beginning of the meeting. Speakers will be called in the order they signed in. When speaking, citizens must speak from the podium, address all comments to the dais, begin by stating your name and address or single-member district number, and limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. Do you have people who would like to offer public comment?
Yes, ma'am. Justin Walcott.
Perfect.
Good morning. My name is
Good morning.
My name is Justin Walcott. I live on the 1800 block of South Harrison. I would like to say a few words before I get to my point. Is that going to be okay with everybody?
As long as it's within the
Yes,
3
ma'am.
minutes. Yes, sir.
100%. To whom it may concern, I will not be silent. I will not be complicit. I will not put my head in the sand. I will not bear witness to genocide, to persecution, to suppression, to division, to manipulation of the masses, to draconian authority, to hate and dissonance. I speak only in the name of love, truth, harmony, and agency. If you have a soul in your body and you hear my voice, if my words move you, if you feel that stirring in your soul, that resonance, know this. Now is the time to see, to recognize a timeless shadow, the darkness of power. We must not tarry. There is not time until next season, until more favorable conditions. The time is now. As the skies rain airplanes amongst many other ills, Congress has failed to hold our president, the head of DOJ, accountable for violating the 1928 non-delegation doctrine, which prohibits the powers of Congress from being delegated to anyone except Congress. The entirety of Congress, Musk, Trump are all guilty of this crime. We are seeing that further measures must be taken. Power has been left to stew for too long. Yet we cannot throw out the baby with the bathwater. We must sweep away the old and usher in the new. The new cannot be another shadow of consolidated power, nor can we tear down our brothers and sisters' houses along the way. There is only one cure for consolidated power, and that is to share it. We must take back the keys of authority and return them to ourselves. Just as those before us had their battles, like our grandfathers charging into the beaches of Normandy, so too must we fight. Yet we must not fight as they fought. To oppose with force only feeds the fracture. To embody truth, to radiate love, to move in harmony. This is the answer. The path of embodiment dissolves dissonance. If you intend to learn instead of be right, if you intend to love instead of hate, if you intend to be the light in the dark, to sow harmony, I wish to know you. We are trapped in a state of failure to thrive. There is only one cure for these ails. That is love, truth, and harmony. I will not be silent. I will light the path. I will open the door. I will sing out for my brothers and sisters to join me. Hear me and be brave. You are not alone. We must stand together. I am with you. We are with you with liberty and justice for all. Now, going forward, I request that my city hold a town hall for our representative of the 11th District.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Jamal Schimpert.
Jamal Shumpert, 2817 North Irvin Street. Congratulations, Mayor. A lot of people don't receive rewards.
Thank you.
To get it from the servicemen, I don't think I've ever seen them give out an award. They're usually getting them. So you've done something right. Well, great, I would say.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't really want to be combative and criticize on your day, but I came up here and I'm sorry. I chose today to do it. But last week, y'all had an executive session in which y'all came out of and y'all approved an agenda item. And normally before public comment, that'd be just fine for y'all to approve it. But because we have to sign up for public comment, we can't sign up for any executive session items. So we won't be able to make an actual public comment on it. And to speak about that item today, the sale of 343 acres at $50,000, that is quite a bit of money. What y'all are probably planning to do with it is continue and finish the river stage, maybe the 4.5 million total, second phase. That'll leave you about $13 million in there. Given that our infrastructure and our roads are in a serious problem. Our water infrastructure hasn't been updated or corrected since the 1950s. We're working with that type of system. As far as it go with the road infrastructure, in 2 more years, maybe coming at the next meeting, you're going to pass bonds for the roads, or within this year, you're going to pass that bond. We have 1 more left. Well, there's a 10-year gap from the end of that bond passing to the next time, we'll pay off the actual road bond. So it's like 2027, we pay it off in 2037. There's a 10-year gap where we won't be able to, or we haven't built a program to cover the roads. And that's not including the actual water infrastructure. That's tens of millions of dollars. So I know citizens are upset about these bonds coming up, but I would encourage them to look into these things in the capital improvement plan or in our water conservation plan. It will show you we will need to definitely pass some more bonds and probably acquire some more water, because we've lost quite a bit of what they would call the hard rate. I mean, the field. It's the hard field, and I think the soft one, where safe yields. Okay, sorry, it's a safe yield. So many numbers, so many things in my mind. Our safe yields, more than half are gone. As far as the firm yields, more than half of them are gone from 10 years ago. That's very concerning for me. But about to run out of time, I just thought that maybe, with the $17 million coming in from that executive session thing, we should probably use it really well. Thank you.
That's all.
With no more people having signed up for public comment, this will conclude our public comment portion of the agenda. But I will open up for council members at this point if there is something that they would like to make an announcement about or add some public comment about anything that might be going on in their district. So I'll start with Tommy. Do you have something you would like to bring forward? No, ma'am. Tom? No, ma'am. Harry? No, ma'am. Lucy?
No, ma'am.
Karen?
Yes, ma'am. I would like the discussion to include a published date for the public for the cultural overlay town hall.
Okay. And, no, okay. With that, Karen has asked for a public date. Aaron, do you have that date for the next town hall meeting at this point?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Hesse Smith. Yes, the date for the town hall for the cultural district is April the 1st, and that will be at the
Oh, no, that's April Fool's Day. Got to move it. That's not good. No.
We're certainly not joking around, so we're... But yes, it is April the 1st at the Fine Arts Museum, the San Angelo Fine Arts Museum there at number 1 Love Street. It will begin at 6 p.m. It is open to the public. It's open to folks in the area. We do have on the Costa TX website the map of the area, the draft ordinance, how to contact staff to answer any questions. And we're working with some concerned citizens from the past meeting we're trying to get their top 10 items of what are concerns from them, and working through that and trying to answer those. And so we are working through those things currently. But that is April the 1st, 6 p.m., the Fine Arts Museum here in San Angelo.
Thank you. Okay. We will do this every city council meeting after public comment closes, allow you to have an opportunity to announce a town hall meeting that you might be having in your district or any specific issue that you want staff to comment on or bring forward. With that, we will move into our consent agenda. We will start with Larry. Are there items that you'd like to have pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Item D.
D is in dog.
Yes, ma'am.
Not a
And,
stray dog, but just a regular dog. Okay.
Go there.
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to say that. Okay, Karen,
No, ma'am.
Lucy,
No, ma'am.
Harry? No, ma'am. Tom? Nothing to pull. Tommy?
No, ma'am.
And I'd like to pull item M and N. So may I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda with the exception of item D, item M, and item N?
Second.
Second, any public comment?
Jamal Schumpert.
Jamal, you're up again.
Jamal Shumpert, 2817 North Urban Street. Mayor, I would like for you to pull item J, but I know you're not. Item J doesn't have the receipt for the piping on it. That's the only reason why I want you to pull it. I wanted to see the itemized detail list of the charges. They didn't include that in the request letter. But again, on the subject of that actual reimbursement request, I couldn't find a program where we have a reimbursement program for piping.
We have an infill program which does do that. This is not an infill item, but we do have an infill program which does reimburse development for infill sewer, water, curb, gutter, and development.
Yes, that very much does, and it is usually for the citizens and developers. But this request doesn't fit up under that program, which is why it's concerning to me. How would the person know to ask for $30,000 after they wanted to expand? And then the angle we take from this from your staff, they make y'all think that we're saving water. No, it's a requirement that they put in a looping system. And if that's a requirement to do business, why are we subsidizing our business? It's $30,000 we could use for something else. Quite a bit of different things, especially paying an animal services officer, putting that onto that tab. That's what bothered me. We don't have these programs and then we're giving out this money to the people who are not supposed to know to ask. That makes sense, especially when we didn't have a program for guest domain and we denied them. But here we are, we're about to approve these people asking for $30,000 in a program that doesn't exist. I don't see the equity or fairness in that. That's the problem I have with it. Now, I do like the fact that we've taken the steps to make an interconnecting looping system so that we don't waste our water. But why are we gonna pretend that they don't have to put an interconnecting looping system when we're requiring them to do that? It just doesn't make sense why we spend $30,000 on that.
Here, I just need some clarification because that item wasn't pulled. So can we continue this conversation on an item not pulled?
He does have the ability to make public comment regarding anything on consent agenda that is not pulled.
There you go.
Well, Mayor,
Go ahead.
that was just my main concern, that we're offering this out to the business community and reimbursement to a bank. Don't we go there to get money and give them our money versus people programs? I mean, it just didn't make any sense to me.
Well, I tell you what, Shane Kelton's at the back of the room, and I think he can make sense out of your questions. So if you'll go back and visit with him, he will talk about what is in this document, why we're doing it, why we're approving it. And so if you'll please talk with him, I think he will.
Mayor, I appreciate your effort, but I don't think he can make sense of $30,000 we don't really need to spend.
I think he can, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, let's have a motion for approval of all items except for D, M, and N. Tom, you did? Oh, yeah, because we did public comment, so now we need to take a vote. I got lost. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no nays, consent agenda is approved with the exception of item D, M, and N. We'll start with item D, consider awarding task order number 2 under IDIQ agreement PW-02-24 engineering services for modifications to the Bill Ayler Senior River Stage to Anthropec Hibbs and Todd in an amount of $490,000 for civil, mechanical, plumbing, electrical engineering, and architectural design documents, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all related documents. Al, you're on.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, Mr. Valenzuela. Al Torres, Construction Manager. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Larry?
That was a wonderful tour you gave us yesterday.
Thank you.
It opened our eyes and answered a whole lot of questions. It really did. I wish you could show that map to everybody that would like to see it, on what we're doing to meet not only the requirements of the river stage, but specifically the ADA, if you could.
Sure. You mean just pass it around, or?
Well, I don't know how you would make distribution of it, but just seeing that this morning made me even more comfortable with what you're doing.
Right. If you're talking about what I showed you earlier, of course, this project hasn't been designed yet, but I did do a layout to show the engineers that we're hiring, this is roughly what we want, to give them a starting point. But yeah, ADA is one of the things that we've got in mind. All the other items we talked about are part of this other Phase 1 project that's already been approved. So basically, that's already in the works.
Anyone who would like more information concerning it can certainly get hold of Al. He'll be here for the rest of the meeting, and if not, they can reach him at City Hall to sit down and review the map and understand it in greater detail.
I have one other item on the pre-development design meeting. You have the department heads that have an interest in it, but I would like to see one person there that specifically is there for ADA.
Of course.
Thank you very much, and thanks Sydney for me too.
Sure.
You guys did a wonderful job yesterday.
We'll do that.
All right. Would someone make a motion to approve item D? Second? Second. Motion has been made and approved. Any public comment on item D? No. Let's take a vote on item D. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved, 7-0. We will now go to item M, consider a resolution adopting the March 2025 purchasing policy. Jeff, you're on.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Jeff Tomlinson, City of San Angelo Purchasing Manager. I'm here to answer any questions you may
I
have.
would like to know specifically what this purchasing policy is,
What it does?
what it is.
What it is? Oh, so
Because I
this-
can't pass a resolution if I don't know what it is.
Oh, absolutely. So this purchasing policy outlines all of the procedures for city departments and staff to follow guidelines. It has everything from purchasing computers to, any services that city departments would need.
And when we do this, we ensure that those items are specifically budgeted
Yes. Yes.
and in our budget so that we're not purchasing outside the context of budget, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Do we have questions for Jeff? Karen?
Can you confirm for us, please, Jeff, that this is an effort to bring us up to federal standards?
Yes, this is going to keep us with industry standard for all state and federal grants.
Any other questions or comments? May I have a motion for approval of item M? So moved by Harry, seconded by Larry. Public comment? We will take a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Item N, consider authorizing the airport director to negotiate and execute temporary non-exclusive license agreements with permitted food truck vendors to provide food vending services on city airport property. Justin, thank you for coming forward, and you want to talk about why we're doing this, the reasons behind it, which I think are very valid, and what it does to help the airport.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, Council, thank you. So we've had a lot of requests for additional food options out at the airport with the closure of the Chinese restaurant. And, we're so far out there in town, it's hard to drive into town, grab lunch, and come back to the airport. Specifically for tenants, and when we do detachments such as the Canadian Air Force, they've asked for additional food options. So we're going to work with legal. We're going to get permits drafted, and we're going to limit the number of food trucks so we have control over how many food trucks are vending on airport property. We do it for 1 year, a 1-year annual permit, so we can control how long they're out there, and we can gauge the service that they're providing the tenants at the airport. And this just provides a service to our tenants, airport users, to have just different food options available at the airport.
Questions for Justin? Yes, Karen?
When do you plan to start this, when it's approved?
It would be pretty quick as soon as we can get the agreements drafted, and we're talking to 2 food trucks now. There's interest from them to come out.
I think it's a great idea, thinking outside the box and making sure that whether it's someone using the airport to fly out or in, or staff and/or other people using the airport. So I think it provides a service that we've missed without the restaurant opportunities inside the building. So
Right.
thank you for thinking outside the box. Larry, you look like you have a question.
I wonder, have you had any feelers at all in the restaurant? There's a number of people I know that really like going out to the Chinese restaurant.
No interest at this time.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I see the difficulty. I mean, you got 3 flights coming in a day and 3 leaving. That leaves a lot of time there. That restaurant is open, but they're not really conducting a lot of business. So I understand your problem.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Yes.
Justin, I assume, which is dangerous, but I assume you would work with the food trucks to have them on site during inbound and outbound commercial flights with American. Is that accurate?
Well, we would definitely highlight the airline schedule so that they're available during that time. And there could be a breakfast option, there could even be a dinner option. But the primary focus has come from the tenants who are working at the airport throughout the day. U.S. Customs and Vertex, Rangers, some of those folks, they've just requested additional options. And so having those folks around the airport around lunchtime, it just saves them the trip into town and they can stay local at the airport.
Sure, okay, thanks.
All right,
Mayor,
with that, may I have a motion
I'd
for
move
Harry?
approval.
Yes, a second by Lucy. Public comment on this item? All right, let's take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
With no nays, motion passes 7-0. That concludes the consent agenda for today. We will now move into our regular agenda items. Comments regarding items on the regular agenda may be made by the public when each item is discussed as outlined above. To participate, please sign in with the city clerk prior to the beginning of the meeting. Speakers will be called in the order they signed in. Comments are limited to less than 3 minutes. Applicants, proponents, and appellants are exempt from the time limit above and instead must limit their remarks to less than 5 minutes. Today, item A is consider accepting the city's fiscal year 2024 annual comprehensive financial report and single audit. You're on, Tina.
Thank
And I
you,
guess
Mayor. Good
Leighton
morning.
Clayton's here as well.
Tina Deersky, Director of Finance. I'm going to introduce Clayton Rogers. He is the audit manager with Patillo Brown and Hill. This was their first year to perform our annual financial audit, and everything went very smoothly. I think this may be a record for timing as far as getting this to City Council after the end of the last fiscal year, and so we're very pleased with their work, and we had a good audit this year. And I'll let Clayton, he's going to come up.
When
and
you
give
say a good audit this year, is that to say we haven't had one every year?
Every year since I've been here, we have.
Okay, good. Good to know.
But Clayton's going to come up and kind of talk you through the audit process and give you some of the highlights that came out of our annual audit.
Thank you, Tina. Mayor, Council, thank you all for having me. We do like to think it's a good audit. We generally try and do good audits.
Think or you know?
We like to say that we know, but
Okay. B? Yeah.
well, as Tina said, I am here to answer any questions you have about the audit process. I am, as a CPA and a numbers guy who helped put this document together, I would love to give you all the 5 minutes per page version of this 156-page document. However, in the interest of time and not wanting to put anyone to sleep, I'm going to keep it very high level for my presentation, and then I would be happy to answer any questions you might have and go into any detail that you would like. So as Tina mentioned, this was our first year to do your audit, and so just a quick introduction, that first slide. Patillo Brown and Hill, we just turned 100. I've not been there for all of those 100 years. We are based in Waco. We have several offices around Texas and one in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We're what you would call a mid-sized firm. We're about 175 people, mostly based out of Waco. And we have a government audit group that government work, it's about 55 people right now. Government work is all we do all day, every day. Only audits of cities, counties, school districts, councils of governments, those types of entities. So we very much appreciated the chance to to do your audit this year. As Tina said, again, she did steal my thunder. It was a clean audit. So I'm here to talk about that unmodified opinion and just a little bit about really what the audit is and what the audit is not. You should all have copies of the city's annual comprehensive financial report. And our auditor's report goes into some fairly detailed language, but that really what it says is that management of the city is responsible for that document and everything that's in it. Our responsibility as your auditor is to audit those financial statements and render an opinion that the financials are materially correct. Now, materially correct doesn't mean perfect. We don't look at every transaction. We don't look at every dollar. That would be cost prohibitive. And the audit process is very much risk-based. There are things that we spend a lot of time on, but for example, your sales tax revenue, even though sales taxes are one of your largest revenue sources, because of the data that we have that we can get independently from the Texas Comptroller, we actually spend very little time auditing the sales tax revenue, despite how large it is, because we have a lot of really good data available to us. So it is not absolute assurance, but it is what we call reasonable assurance, which is a pretty high level. We have conducted our audit in accordance with both the AICPA's auditing standards and government auditing standards, as is required. And at the end of the day, we were able to render an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion on the financial statements. And so what that means is that based on our audit, we believe that these financial statements are presented materially correct in accordance with accounting principles, and that there is nothing in the financials that is incorrect or omitted that would be considered material. And just as a reminder, material, the delineation there is really what would influence decision making, both in your role as counsel, probably most importantly externally would be your bondholders, as well as federal and state granting agencies. However, as has happened in the past, you also get a 2-for-1 special. You get actually a second audit opinion, which is ironically called a single audit. Because the city spends $750,000 in a given year of federal funding, the federal government attaches a lot of strings to the money that they send your way. And so that compliance audit is triggered. And really what we do is, again, we don't look at every program. We don't look at every dollar of the programs we do look at. But we pick, in this case, it was one program, and we do a deep dive on the compliance requirements for that particular federal program. Look at the money that was spent during the year, and was it being spent in accordance with the federal guidelines. And just like for the financial statement audit, it's reasonable assurance for material compliance. So those same limitations are there, that it's not perfect and there are limitations, but that it is a pretty high level of assurance. In this year, for 2024, those bonds that were issued last year through the Water Development Board are subject to this as they're spent, and so that was the program we looked at. Total federal expenditures was $16.7 million, as it shows there. Off the top of my head, I believe the Water Development Board funds were 11 or 12 million of that number. So a large portion of those federal funds were being covered under our compliance audit. And we were able to render an unmodified opinion there as well, which means that based on our audit, we believe that there is no significant noncompliance that would be considered material to that program. So in summary about audit opinions, financial statements, clean opinion, and federal single audit, unmodified opinion as well. Just a quick refresher, under government auditing standards, we have a couple of responsibilities that I wanted to just mention and to clarify as well. We look at internal control. I listed financial reporting here. We also look at internal control over those federal programs, the federal program compliance. But to clarify, we don't, our responsibility as your auditor is to look at the city's internal control to the extent that it helps us plan our audit. What areas do we need to spend more time on, less time on? How do we design our procedures? However, we are not engaged to do a systematic review of all internal control, and it's not our responsibility to go looking for problems with internal control. Similarly, we do look at compliance with certain laws and regulations, but that it's very much geared toward not all compliance with any laws or regulations. It would be what would be something that is really, really directly related to the financial statements and could affect them materially. If you were looking for an example, probably your debt service tax rate is probably probably the most prominent one that they be put in the debt service fund and used for those legally restricted purposes. We did have, based on our audit, one finding that was issued. And I wanted to go over that and clarify, and here in a few minutes give you an opportunity to ask questions about this, because I wanted to make sure that this was clear. Because I know sometimes the way our reports and the findings are required to be written, sometimes it's not the most clear language and it can be a little dense. So in our audit, there were a couple of things kind of broadly related to revenue recognition. One, I believe the total was about $12 million. One, about 8 of it was ARPA funds that had not been spent yet. The other portion was some receivables for mostly, I kind of broadly refer to them as liens. Ambulance billings are in there as well. Anything that was kind of not collected soon after year end that the city will collect, but that will not be collected for an extended time, probably in the future. So it was something that it was not, to be very clear, it was not something that management was not aware of requirements on how these things should work. I think really it was probably a difference in interpretation. Specifically for the ARPA funds, we take the stance that if you, as you know, if you don't spend those ARPA funds, you just had last year, 12/31/24, you had to have it all obligated. And then 2 years later, if you don't have it all spent, you have to send what you didn't spend back to the federal government. And so we take the stance that when you get that cash up front, you should not call it revenue until you spend it. And so that each fiscal year, instead of recognizing it all as revenue in the first year, you recognize it over several years and you defer the portion that hasn't been spent.
So it's good timing to stop for a minute. So I can ask a question on page 19. And that question says, or the entry says, less allowance for uncollectible, which is $8,392,829. And then the next line is due from other governments, which is $4,737,319. Is the $8,392,000 the ARPA money that you're referring to?
No, ma'am. The ARPA money, if you look one column over and down in the liabilities section, that's $7,551,000. That unearned revenue represents the amount of ARPA funds that have been received but not yet spent.
So what would be the $8,392,829 that's allowance for uncollectibles? What are those uncollectibles?
The largest portion of it is court fines receivable. That court fines, it is something, whenever it becomes a capious warrant, that it is a fine that is due to the city. But that, as we all know, not everybody pays their ticket, and sometimes that speeding ticket receivable, so to speak, you may not ever actually get it. And so that allowance is an accounting device to where management's trying to estimate the portion of those receivables that may not be collected.
So then due from other governments, the $4,737,000, what's that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. Staff would certainly be happy to look into
Tina
it.
might have an answer.
That's the amount that is receivable from the county related to the street contract, the street
Yes,
reconstruction.
I got it. So Tina, do you have a comment on the $8,392,000? If, for example, if it is a municipal court item, is that reflected in the municipal court P&L?
It would have been in the past, yes. it would have been written as a receivable and as a revenue, but as he said, this accounting mechanism allows us to better estimate what we will actually collect and call that the receivable rather than overestimating what our receivable is.
Could we, as a council, have some detailed information on that $8,392,000 in terms of where those dollars are as an uncollectible?
You bet. Yes, ma'am. We'll get
Okay.
that to you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Does that cover your question, or would you like to?
Yeah, you brought up uncollectibles, so the timing was perfect.
Perfect. Just to continue on talking about those couple of issues, it was something really that because it affected a prior year, we did restate beginning fund balance. However, it's something really, whenever there is a restatement of that magnitude, it's something that we are pretty much required to issue a finding that kind of assumes that internal controls in the past didn't catch it. But again, I'd like to emphasize that this was not an issue with day-to-day processing, and it was not necessarily really an issue with anyone having the knowledge or the understanding of what to do. It was simply, when we brought this to their attention, they were very forthcoming and receptive to, hey, we think that maybe this is the way that it needs to be accounted for going forward, and that I think we were very quick to get on the same page with that.
Okay.
So, as I close and open it up to any other questions you might have about the financials or the audit process, just a quick overview of the annual comprehensive financial report. It's really divided into three sections. The introductory section, which starts with a letter of transmittal. The meat and potatoes is in the financial section, which has both our auditor's report, all the basic financials and the notes to the financials, as well as a number of other combining and more detailed statements. And then the statistical section, which is in the back of the report and contains a number of different financial and statistical trends, many times presented over a 10-year comparative basis. One thing I would like to point out is that the only Section 2 is required. The term comprehensive implies that there is a separate above and beyond set of criteria that management makes this document adhere to and receives a award from the Government Finance Officers Association for this document, which now that it's been completed will be once again sent off to a group of volunteers around the country like myself who will sit around and pick nits with it. And not only does it get reviewed by people in other states, that introductory and statistical section are completely not required. Those could be removed 100% and our audit opinion would not change. So that I just wanted to point out that there's a lot of extra and more detailed information in there that management's put together for the readers of the financials.
I think that's an important statement to make because we need council to understand why this audit is so important and why asking questions for verification of information is so important because it is utilized beyond this council meeting.
Absolutely.
So my next question would be this. So if I go to my Blue Book and have year-ending Blue Book numbers, and I look at this, the property tax dollars and the sales tax dollars do not match up with the Blue Book.
The Blue Book being?
Our document that is the financial document given to us at the end of every month. And it's not a large dollars, but their dollars don't match. So this document doesn't match this document. Tina?
When the auditors make adjustments, they give us adjustments for property tax and sales tax to true up at year end, and that is accruing for probably the next 60 days after year end, accruing those property tax or sales tax that came in right after the end of the year, but should have been counted as revenue in that year.
Well, the good news is we received more property tax dollars than was in the Blue Book, which is a positive. It wasn't a lot, but every dollar counts, right? And then the sales tax dollars, they were a little bit under what we reported in here, so that is good. There was pretty big difference on franchise taxes. So in franchise fees, we received in the Blue Book $6,799,096, and this says $3,792,438.
If I may, just one thing in just speaking in general terms here, I'm painting with a broad brush, and we would be happy to get a copy of that from management and help give you a little bit more detailed reconciliation. One thing in general is that with this being our first year, we help prepare these financials, and so every individual account that is on the general ledger has a name and a place in this document. And as we put it together, we did make some tweaks or some changes to how a few things might have been presented here. So it might just be a geographical difference.
Ryan just let me know, I think what it's going to be is the reconciliation between the water and sewer franchise fees and eliminating those so that they're not double counted between the general fund and the water and sewer and other funds that pay into the general fund.
So then the next question would be this. So when we go into budget session, do we use the Blue Book numbers for budget numbers, or do we use this audit for the numbers?
When we go into budget season, we use the prior fiscal year's target expenditure and target revenue. And so we base it on FY '24's budget. That's what the departments
Audited
get for the
numbers?
following year.
Okay.
And they are able to move, within that target allotment that they're given, they're able to budget based on that.
So that would be the audited numbers or the Blue Book numbers?
It would be
Or
based
something
on,
in between?
when we look at, when city manager's office budget and I look at our budget for next year, we use actual numbers year-to-date and base it on projections from that, as well as previous years, kind of an average of the last 5 years, as well as current year, actuals, in case they're not coming in like we expected them to. We kind of look at that and determine whether we may need to lower that revenue budget next year. We may need to increase a little bit, that.
Well, I get the idea of budgeting. What I'm asking is about the Blue Book and what numbers you use when you're getting ready to budget. I get what we budget. I mean, I
So the-
understand that, but I just need to know which numbers we use, so when we have a this year to last year comparison, what number are we comparing it to?
We would base it more on the Blue Book numbers because they're actual data that we input into that document.
That's the question. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And to add to that as well, I think you're actually probably spot on with your suggestion about in the middle. The Blue Book, not only might there be some geographical differences, the basis of accounting is a little different. It would be wholly impractical. However challenging the budget process is, it would be 10 times more difficult if all of the numbers that were being budgeted were given the same accrual treatment that is presented once a year in this document. As Tina mentioned, the property taxes receivable, it is an extremely common, if not universal practice, that property tax receivables really only get adjusted once a year. And so that would be an example of a difference between the two sets of documents, and that it's really practicality and expedience that is the reason why very, very, very few budgets try and reflect all of those different accounting adjustments that are made here. But I would agree that while that is the apples to apples comparison, this is what we would consider the audited starting point, but that really that's the main source of the difference.
I mean, I get when one is published, there can be transactions that continue to happen or something that solidified a number. But it's just important to know which documents we use as final numbers for budgeting, which is not your job. Your job is to tell us what the numbers are and whether they somewhat match up with what we are given. So
Absolutely.
I get it.
Thank you. And again, as we close on that, as y'all go into the budget process for, I guess, fiscal year 26 now is right around the corner. If there's anything we can do to help as far as reconciling to this document, we've given some information to staff and are always happy to assist more if needed.
Okay, so on my page 25, it is a statement of net position, and it says less allowance for uncollectibles, and this is where I think you're referring to some of that. So we have $720,000 worth of water, and then $321,000 worth of sewer. And my question is, does that mean we have water customers and sewer customers who are not paying their bills? And this is what is left on an annual basis or accumulated basis for uncollectibles.
That is everything life to date, so that accounts receivable number, as of 9/30, that is the amount of utility bills that have been billed and you haven't received the money. That's everything that has not been received that could have been billed, any time in the past, no matter how far back. And that then simply, if it hasn't been written off yet, it would be in there. And I will say that 720,000 in water, for example, usually a lot of the standard practice is that anything over about 90 days is kind of how that number is calculated. Although I would emphasize that's kind of how generally a lot of times it gets done for accounting purposes, but that's not me speaking to how management actually tries to collect or write off accounts.
Well,
That's
I
a
think
completely
as a
separate process.
council, what we'd like to know is, do we have $720,000 or over $1 million in sewer and water of uncollectibles? Is that a 2024 number? Is that over a 10-year window? We've got $1 million worth of water and sewer that we are owed as a city. And so the question mark is, is it like over 5 years, Tina, 10 years? Is
It's
it?
over 6 years. Anything over 6 years old, we write off. So that would be an accumulation over a 6-year period.
So over 6 years, we've got $1 million uncollectibles. Not today, but could we see a breakdown on that? I think we'd be interested to know.
Sure, yeah, we can work something up on that too. And I do believe that for our water and sewer funds, they do have a collection company that does
Agreed,
collections
and
for
so
them as well, so.
I know we do, and so my question is, how well are they doing?
Right, it's a good question. We'll get something to you.
So that actually was the end of my planned comments, and so I'd be happy to answer any other questions that y'all might have.
Okay, I have a question on page 34, but I got to see what it is.
Brenda, do you mind if I go ahead and ask?
Oh, please. And anybody else while I'm
Clayton, from
pulling
what
paper.
you've seen on all that, can you benchmark us against other cities similar in size and say, where do we fall within that window? Are we, say, in the upper tier of what we provided you was accurate, correct? And we all understand that in business. Just because we missed it doesn't mean it's right. Are we pretty good in our compliance along these guidelines?
Generally speaking, I would say yes. That's actually something usually that I throw in. I got excited and carried away talking about numbers and failed to mention it. But I would like to thank Tina, Ryan, everyone with the city's finance office. And then also we speak with some other departments, municipal court, utility billing. Everybody we worked with was extremely forthcoming, helpful, communicative. It's certainly, an audit is never easy, and getting things audit ready, there's a lot of stuff that happens that can't be started until 9:30, that then has to be done when we hit the front door, so to speak, in the beginning of January, and then anything that didn't get done has to get done while still making payroll, paying the bills, keeping the lights on. So that there were definitely challenges. Some of those were just based on it being a first year that we have a little bit different method. Maybe we ask for something using a little bit different wording or terminology than what they're used to. But that overall management was extremely helpful and that the documents we got were in very good shape.
So going back to my original, how do we compare to maybe some benchmark cities? And are you even allowed to say that? But if you wanted to compare us to cities of basically similar size, how do we look?
I think it's something that, and I don't say this to dodge your question, some of it depends on not just which cities we're talking about, but where we are with those cities, because turnover is very challenging, and some cities will have up years or down years, especially like when you have someone who's a very experienced staff member, if they leave or if there are unexpected hardships. That can mean that someone who has a really great operation for many years, things can go sideways for a few years until things get back on the rails. But I would say, generally speaking, I think y'all are very well within line of the practices and level of detail that we're used to seeing out of cities your size.
Cool. Thank you, Clayton.
One of the biggest issues, and there's a lot of pages that define and go through a lot of detail relative, and that's on benefits and the liability on benefits. And so if you go through these numbers and you look at what is provided, there are questions certainly in terms of where we're at, in terms of the obligation that we have going forward on benefits. So on page 68, where you look at inactive employees or beneficiaries currently receiving benefits are 676. If you look at inactive employees entitled to but not yet receiving benefits, 410 people. The active employees is 731, so there's more inactive than there is active. Is that typical?
Generally speaking, yes. And I will say, a lot of people will picture accountants we're being the ones who love numbers. Really, it's the actuaries who put this pension information together. They're the ones that really love numbers. And I'm very appreciative that it's people smarter than me spend a lot of time. Those actuarial firms do a great job coming up with all of that information.
I'm sure they're giving some specific direction in terms of how to determine all of that. So
Yes.
when I look at page 68 again, where we talk about the liability was determined by an actuary valuation as of December 31st, 2023, using the following assumptions. And these assumptions are inflation at 2.5% a year, which I would say is probably low compared to what we've experienced. So that number would be a question mark. Overall payroll growth, 2.75% a year, which again would be a low number compared to what is happening. And the investment rate of return is probably a good number, 6.75%. But the concern I would have, and this isn't your job, I don't think, so, is if those numbers are wrong, are we under-projecting the pension liability going forward?
That's a great question. So TMRS, I will not go out on a limb. I do not know for a fact that they use the same actuary for every single plan in TMRS, but I've never seen anyone other than one firm produce those reports. And so one of the things that they do is what they call experience studies, where they, when they develop some of these assumptions, they actually look back over a period of time and collect a ton of data to actually develop those assumptions. And I believe some of these things, like those numbers you just mentioned, there are some employer-specific pieces of that, but a lot of that are assumptions that TMRS's actuaries come up with on a system-wide basis, kind of looking at the experience based on both the city and what are some larger trends at cities across the state.
My greatest concern is down the road, the liability. If it's not projected correctly, 1% off could be, particularly if it's on two different lines, could be a huge liability going forward. And particularly when you look at the total pension liability as of the 12/31/2023, if I'm reading this correctly, it's $295 million. That's a big number to swallow.
It is.
Just saying.
And so I think then that definitely is something that it is worth understanding where a lot of this comes from. But then also looking to the right of it, that $249 million, this is a slight oversimplification, but that's essentially a bank account in Austin that is y'all's contributions being invested. And so that total actuarially determined liability, it is a big number, but that there's also a lot of investments that are being put toward that and are growing on a regular basis.
So when you look at the net pension liability of $45 million, that's the difference between the total pension liability and the plan, right?
That's correct.
So the real number that one would worry about or question is the $45 million.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct. But again, that doesn't represent, that's never a check that the city's going to have to cut. It's simply a best guess of what are the future costs going to be.
That's an important statement. That's what we all must understand, is that it's a number that the city doesn't have to panic or worry about, right?
Yeah, and I think...
In the audit, it might reflect that you would, but in reality, it's not a number one has to have a lot of concern about. Would that be correct?
I think so. And I think it's something, without getting too technical, TMRS is a plan where all of the assets are generally pooled for investment purposes. And so I say it's a bank account in Austin, but that really TMRS is investing all of those funds collectively. And so they're able to insulate a lot of the investment risk. Whereas, for example, and I'm not wanting to go on a limb here, but that with, for example, the fire pension, when you are a single employer plan, there's much more chances of, if there were problems with the investments at some point or with the actuarial determination, that it's not spread out over many different cities' investments. So that's why we a lot of times see that fire pension is something that gets paid a lot more closer attention to, because it's not something that is a statewide system.
I think, and again, for clarification, thank you for that, because many people ask us as mayor and council members about the pension obligation, and if, in fact, the city is in a safe and good position. And I think you've just described it as a good and safe position that exists.
Yeah, it's not something that we probably have the expertise to say that the plan is correctly funded, or that management needs to take one action versus another in the future. However, it is something that the assets are there, things are being invested, things are growing, and that we haven't seen anything that indicates that there was any specific major problem based on the 1 year that we've looked at it.
All right. I'm going to open it up for other council members for questions or clarification that they might have. Larry?
I wondered if you had reviewed previous years.
No, sir.
We don't know that items in the past have been closed out. Satisfied?
Now, are you referring to financial information or like the findings from last year?
Yes, the overall findings.
The findings we do follow up on, and that overall, we believe that they had been resolved.
Thank you.
Other, Karen? Lucy? Harry? Tom? Tommy? All right, continue.
Oh, that was all I
Finale.
had. So if you'd like me to just open up, we can open our hymnals to page 67 and.
I've never found middle C, so you don't want to go there. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank y'all.
We don't need to take action, is that correct?
No, we'll need a motion to accept the audit and a second vote.
So may I have a motion to accept this audit as presented? So moved by Harry. Second by Tom. Any public comment?
Jamal Schumbert.
Jamal, you're up.
Jamal Shumber, 2817 North Urban. Should first say I'm actually certified to teach economics and government in the state of Texas. So what this guy's talking about internal controls is a serious problem. What he means by that is that there's some area in which you don't have complete control over. And I know that area, it's mostly out of neighborhood and family services, because they could send through a project and it don't actually have to be a project. It just goes to purchasing. Purchasing approves it. Then Mr. Gotti's department looks over it. Nobody actually goes out and looks to see if that was the actual project that was done. So that is a control I see as one of the problems. Another control is like how you said, Mayor, they get to use whichever numbers they want. Sometimes they're using the actuals, sometimes they're using the ones they present to us, which leads me into the problem today. I asked if I could get a copy of this financial report because I think it should have been public. I didn't get a response. Well, from Ms. Stastny, which isn't her job, but I did from Mr. Gotti, and he said that we don't release them because they may not be approved, which makes sense. But while y'all have this up here, I don't have it. So I'll just go off last year's annual comprehensive financial report, in which we charge citizens $41 million for the water, and it only cost us $14 million. And also, we pay $9.7 million in salary in that water department. That's $25.7 million of 41 that we charge the citizens. Things like that need to be brought to the table so we can discuss them. I do understand we have water projects that are tied to some of that extra 15 million, 16 million that's left on there. Why not discuss these things during this time or during your strategic planning workshop time? But the annual comprehensive financial report, as you were stating, Mayor, is very, very important for the city's short-term and long-term progress. It includes how much debt we have short-term, how much debt we have long-term. It includes almost every single thing about our city. And it is, to do all those numbers, it takes a department of people. And we would be doing them a shame in my area of concentration not to even look at it. Economists do so much work for you guys just to not even take a look at it. You don't have to do nothing, be able to add and subtract and divide and multiply to do the things we did for you. We took out all the equations for you have to do. Just look at it, just read it. It's very, very important. Thank you.
Mary Coffey.
Hello, thank you. Mary Coffey. I'm in Single Member District 6, and I'm going to be sitting in Larry's chair here in a few months, so I'm glad to be here. I had a few questions, or actually just a few statements regarding the audit. I'm very curious to know, when did council receive this audit? Was that made available Friday? Was it Friday?
At this particular time, Ms. Coffey, it's just public comment. There's not an exchange between council and...
Okay. Well, it was on the agenda Friday, so I'm going to assume that audit was made available then to you on Friday. That's a huge document to look at and try to understand, and that's a very short amount of time. And I've audited not only this city, but cities larger and smaller. I do not believe that there was enough input, both from council in the beginning nor at the end. As a citizen, I find that disturbing. I think there should be more consultation and more input. I hope that will be remedied in the future. I also am confused as to why that is not made public, this document. Maybe now that it's been approved, maybe it will. I'd like to bring to the attention, this is common sense, but we all have to be reminded sometimes. The hierarchy of San Angelo is the citizens, then city council, then city manager, then staff, and it goes from there. I think we should remind ourselves that the citizens come first, then us. Just a little reminder on that. The revenue is the citizens' revenue, and they need a louder voice. Anyway, thank you for your time.
That concludes.
Yes, just a minute. Harry, would you like to speak? Yes, please. Your microphone, please.
For the people that are in the audience today and those that are watching as we broadcast this, one of the things they need to understand is we have an audit committee, and that audit committee reviewed this document with the auditors 2 weeks ago, Tommy? Tommy and I are both on that committee, and we have some outside CPA people that sit on that particular committee. We reviewed this document a couple of weeks ago, and the audit committee made the recommendation to move this document forward to the council. So it's not as if all of this information is coming to us very quickly. A couple of us have reviewed this. Now, I understand that not all citizens have that opportunity, but this is the draft document until this council votes on it. Once it's voted on, then it becomes a document that citizens can see. But it's a draft document until we accept it. Thank you.
Any other public comment? David? No? All right, so then I would need a motion for approval of the annual comprehensive financial report.
So moved.
So moved by Harry, seconded by
I'll second.
Tom. We already did public comments, so we're just making sure we're all on the same page here. Let's take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Item B is a public hearing to consider approval of a 3-year tax abatement agreement within reinvestment zone number 24-2 with Zeppelin Energy Storage LLC pursuant to Chapter 312 of the Texas Tax Code and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all related documents. Michael Dane, you are on.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Michael Dane, Interim Economic Development Director, here to talk about an item related to Zeppelin Energy Storage and our tax abatement agreement with them. This company intends to construct on the north side of 28th Street a battery energy storage facility. I'm going to oversimplify this to the best of my ability, but I think the gist of it is there's a daily cycle in the value of electricity. And they build what is essentially a big battery, and they buy the electricity off the grid when it's at its low spot in price, and they sell it back, put it back on the grid when during the 24-hour cycle, the value of electricity is higher. So they're buying low and selling high. It's a daily cycle, usually, and that's how they make their money. We have contemplated a tax abatement agreement to assist, to incentivize this project. They intend to spend approximately $160 million in plant and equipment. They've requested a 3-year, 85% abatement on the increase to that location in city taxes. One of the things that we've proposed and achieved agreement on is that there would be a floor. In other words, they've estimated $160 million, but we felt it was important to create a floor to allow some flexibility. Prices may come in lower, they may come in higher, but we don't, that below $135 million in investment, they would be in violation or in default of the agreement. We don't expect that normal construction prices will vary that much. In order to get that low, they would have to modify the scope of their project. So we think that's a good floor to protect us. We think that council, any less than that, council would need to reconsider its interest in assisting with that through a tax abatement. And so we've built in some flexibility. What happens if they build less than $160 million, or the value is less than $160 million, is that lowers the value of the abatement because it's on a percentage basis. So if they don't build that much, they don't receive as much abatement. On the other hand, if the cost to build their facility is above $160 million, they receive a slightly greater abatement because it is a percentage-based abatement. We think that allowing them that flexibility is reasonable. It's the kind of thing we deal with when we build capital projects. We go in with an idea what we think it's going to cost. We set a budget, and then we get our bids in. We find out what it really costs, and we adapt. This flexibility allows them to adapt and us to adapt also, while protecting our interest to give the 85%, whether it's up or down. The item today is for two things: action to approve substantially this agreement, and we need to open up for public comment. We have a public hearing is one of the objectives of this item. So we need to open for public comment, receive that comment, close the public hearing, and also we need to vote on the agenda item.
So the question I have, if you'll go back on that screen, is the $4,461,500, is that in total or is that year one? Because it says has requested a 3-year. So is that the 3-year total, or is that 1 year plus 2 year plus 3 year?
Great question. I'm sorry I didn't cover that. That's the net revenue to the city over a 10-year cycle after giving the abatement.
So do you have a
So-
dollar valuation of the abatement?
Is approximately 2.2, I think was the latest computation, approximately 2.2 million.
Over that 3 year,
Pardon me?
over the 3 years,
The first 3 years, yes, ma'am.
okay?
And so we see a net gain of 4.4 million over 10 years if they build at the $160 million level. If they build at the minimum level of 135 million, we estimate still a net gain of 3.6 million to the taxpayers.
So to be clear, so right now, the tax revenue to the city would be 4.461 million. Do you deduct from that the 2.2 million of the abatement for a net number of 2.2 million? Or is that 2.2?
Two's already out. Two's already out, Mayor.
That's just for clarification.
That's
So
a good point. Just to
we know.
clarify, if there were no tax abatement and they were building at 160 million, it'd be approximately 6.6 or 7
That's important
million.
to say. Thank you. Other questions from council or comments from council? Okay, so then that would mean I would need a motion for approval of item B.
I move to approve, Mayor.
Lucy made a motion to approve and Larry seconded it. Public comment, please.
There was no public comment.
There's none. With that, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of approving item B, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Mayor, special thanks to our chamber folks who helped this company stay in the process and keep us moving. And so big thanks to the mics at the chamber.
We're glad to have it brought before us today. We've been waiting for this and glad that we worked through all the paperwork that's necessary to make it happen. We're glad it's going to happen.
As are we.
Yeah. All right, item C, consider approving tiers incentive requests for 4 South Tiers private projects totaling $184,356.12 that were approved by the Tiers Board on 2/25/25. Aaron, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Valenzuela. We did have our tiers meeting back in February, and we did have a south cycle open. And 4 projects moved forward and received recommendations for funding that you'll hear today. Our amount that we started with for allocation was actually $545,000. And I should have put that up here at the very top. I'll make sure I make that known the next time so it's much clearer how we get down to that 390. But you can see the 4 projects there, 16 North Chadburn, 200 South Magdalen, 123 North Chadburn, and 220 South Abe. Those are all in the south tiers. So you can see the request numbers, and the total amount there is $184,356. So you take that from the 545, and we still have a remaining balance in the south tiers of $390,931. So now I'll go over each project, kind of individually give you the highlights of what they're requesting and why, and we'll move on from there. 16 North Chadburn, their funding request is the full amount in the south of $75,000, which requires them to do a match of 25%. Their proposed project cost is $168,500, so their match is $93,500. They are going to be doing exterior doors, windows, historic preservation, and ADA improvements. And I will say that historic preservation has now started to move towards a historic saving of what is there and going to recreate what was there. And I'll show you some images here in just a moment. So here was the before. You can see the facade from the before had been a boarded building for a number of years. One of the last spots on this side of North Chadburn on this block that has yet to have occupancy of some kind, and so we're very excited about that. You can see right here along the block, it's about midway, large parking lot at this end, lots of retail down towards the other end. Make sure I get those off. So here's going to be coming back, making the facade original with the original awning, the original glass and look of that, as well as the original up here at the top that we're excited about. As they were doing the demolition, the structure was much more unstable than they believed at the time, and so they've worked very hard with some different contractors and engineers as well as architects to make sure that they were able to salvage and save bricks that came down from there, and so they're going to recreate that in this area. You can see the iron bar that they have there that's supporting these structures on either side, and they're going to kind of recreate this facade, which we're very excited about, but which will allow that entire block to have almost full restoration of that historic block of Chadbourn, particularly on the east side of Chadbourn there. So we're very excited.
Is it going to be a two-story building? Because the facade it shows it as a two-story building.
Correct. It's actually going to be a story and a half. It will no longer be a two-story building. The volume of space, and it did go through DHRC to bring that down just a little bit. Excuse me here. So you'll see that it's still fairly tall, but it is more in line with the buildings to the right. And I'll go back to, it doesn't quite show it here. I should have had a picture that was zoomed out, but you can see the height of that building there compared to that building. So it will be more in line right here, which will still create the facade that will be.
And so why not on the left-hand side?
There was, part of it was the contractors and the developers that are working on this. The airspace that's up there and the roof material was completely gone, so they had to recreate the roof and to come down and do the construction at a lower level that's going to tie in better along this structure over here, as well as the structure over here that's much more cost-effective than trying to build a truss system that may have two different and recreate another wall inside here that goes up above the size of that structure over there. It did go to DHRC. They did approve that change because the front is still coming back to a historical front that would match the time period of all of those structures there. It's still keeping the brick that was coming back and adding the architectural feature up here. My lines are not very straight today. To ensure that this still is compatible and blends in with the block frontage there. So that project, I believe they already have a tenant design for that. It's going to be a retail office tenant that we believe that will start opening up and doing business there. So again, their request for that one is the $75,000 with a project cost of $168,000 with their aggressive match of $93,500. The next one is 200 South Magdalen. Their funding request is just over $17,000. The total project cost is just under $23,000. And so their match is the 25, or just actually over the 25%, about 30% at the $5,700. As you know, 200 South Magdalen is a project that has been very impactful for our downtown. They have had some tiers funding requests in the past when they brought back the old fire station, now Firehouse Bed and Brew. Has been a very impactful project for the council and for tiers and for our downtown organization. They do have a couple of final things that they want to try to fix up and get replaced. In this case, it's replacement of an existing parking lot and restripe. You can see here on the eastern side of the building where the Heritage Park is over here, the Memorial Park. They have a lot of traffic, not just their own, but also citizens that come and park in this area. It has deteriorated over the years. There can be a lot of water infiltration at times trying to get down to the river there, but they would like to come in and resurface that parking, which has been on their plan that they got approved back in 2018, potentially, of trying to do that. It's just over time, it takes dollars to get that done. And so that's their goal, is to get that one up and cleaned up and make it a little more safe for folks going to the park, folks going to their business as well. The next one is 123 North Chadbourn. Funding request is again $17,000, just over $17,000, with just under a $23,000 cost. Their match is the $5,739. This was a project that came forward about 2 years ago, but it got stalled out, and now they're coming back to request funding for it again. It was looked at positive in the past, and so again, our Tiers Board looked at it positive again this time. This actually adds the installation of a historical awning on the front of the building and a mural on the side of the building. So this is, and maybe the applicant can correct me, but I think they're going in the direction of a change of a retail business coming into the art gallery. They may still have part of the art gallery, but it's still going to be a functioning business at that corner there of 2nd and North Chadbourne. It is a fairly prominent side that you see as you're traveling into downtown coming from the south. So they are requesting to put this mural on this wall right here. DHRC has approved the placement of that mural on that wall, which I think will help it a whole lot and bring a highlight to downtown. And then back in, I believe, 2019 to 2020, as they were moving forward with the project, you can just see it right here. There is an original awning that will be replaced that they did get approved. We'll go through an encroachment agreement if there's not one already in place, but you can see how it has the traditional brackets that come out. It is it is not poles into the ground, but it is bracketed from the main wall, and they're looking to add that to the facade, which I think will improve the facade significantly as well. And I think they're also looking at working on the doors in that area to liven them up, which has already been pre-approved by DHRC, not necessarily part of this request, but they're looking at doing that in the near future as well.
I will say this, that for those of you who don't remember this building before Jerry invested in it and turned it into what it is today, we considered it one of the buildings that was in its worst condition. And we considered it like one of a major eyesore. So the improvements that have already been made have changed the dynamics. And this addition to it really is terrific in my opinion, and thrilled to see it because it does have a prominence, and that side street and that wall has a real prominence. And this picture that you show of the building was certainly prior to the renovation, but the end result has been wonderful, and I love to see this added to it. It looks great.
Yes, ma'am. And them working on this corner here, we know that we've had some projects over here that have come to fruition. And so as these projects kind of continue to move north, it's really continuing that Chadbourne corridor all the way up to Houston Hart, which is critical to the success of our downtown. So next, the last one for the South District is 220 South Abe. They have a funding request of $75,000 with a project cost of $82,500. So the project cost of over $20,000 in match. They're doing some facade work on this building. They continue to do some looking at.
Would you show the picture while you're talking
Yes,
through
ma'am.
that? Because we're, yeah.
Yes, here we go.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. So here's the building, kind of in its current state. You'll see it as you're driving south. Concho Street is right there, right before the bridge going across the South Concho or the Concho River. And so this building obviously has been an apartment-style building that was built way back in the, I believe, the 20s or maybe the teens. It did go through DHRC for this design. Where they're able to come back and look at making some of those changes. They are looking at making it housing again, which I think is critical for our downtown area. They are doing some facade improvements, again, efficiency with windows and doors. They'll have a new cover awning right here that's been approved. And the fencing, I think, is actually a really nice touch to keep some of the road noise down, to make some separation from the vehicle traffic. And we really think that's a great idea by them to come forward. Again, they're trying to keep the greenery and things like that. So we're very excited that the project has come forward so that they can continue to move forward with some ideas to make it work.
And so now they just need to invest on the interior.
Yes, yes, and I know that is their plan, their overall plan, and they're going to try to keep the same layout. And I believe there's 8 apartments. I could be wrong on that exactly, but I think there's 8, 4 on the bottom, 4 on the second floor. Obviously, when you go through those renovations, they'll probably have to make so many of those ADA accessible. And through this design, they are working to make sure that they have ADA accessibility. It's actually over on this side over here where they do have a sidewalk and goes through. And so they're going to make sure that that's accessible for ADA clients that may want to lease or rent or from that building.
Nice change.
Ma'am?
With that, again, here are the.
Oh, hold one second. I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
Karen has a question.
Can you clarify for us where parking is for this building? Access to parking and parking?
Well, currently, right now, there is kind of, and let me see if I can go back to this image. This is a vacant lot right now. It does not have improved parking, I don't believe. I could be wrong on that. I'd have to go back. But I think there is some parking along there. Now, this building is within the central business district. Therefore, the city does not require parking. I know they've had some conversation with this business about doing some parking agreement for after-hours parking for their clients. We would not require parking. We have encouraged them, if they were able to secure that property as theirs, to add some improved parking in that area. But at this time, we don't have a requirement for parking. And I know that's challenging for structures like this that are almost completely built out. You can see there's a little bit of space back here in the back, but really not great for vehicular movement in that area. And so there may be some options in the area, but at this time, the city doesn't have a requirement for parking. Now, I don't believe, we'd have to check with TxDOT to see if there's any allowed street parking there, but it wouldn't be very many if there is. And so that is, while it does raise a concern, I think that is something for the property owner to start working towards to find a solution.
Yes, sorry, Harry.
Just a question, I guess. I've sat in this chair almost 9 years now, and we've talked about Pierce projects over that period of time. I didn't ever remember that we ever funded landscaping.
Well, that's a great question. It's within our policy statements and within our funding plan that site conditions and landscaping are eligible for funding. And so we have been looking at that more and more because there's certain things that are allowed for funding and certain things aren't, and trying to get them maybe up to the maximum. And if they can improve this facade and improve that landscaping, that helps them get moving forward in a forward direction to make that building become non-vacant, I think that's important. Obviously, Piers Board has a decision and to make recommendations to City Council. City Council has to weigh that on what is the future of this piece of property, and adding that, is there enough value there to say, okay, this is going to get them off High Center and get them moving forward so that we can have less vacant properties.
They also, in years past, Harry, just so you know, in years past, those funding requests often exceeded the amount of money we had available. And so there was a higher priority placed to other things other than landscaping. So now as you see that funding change a little bit, you can adapt or not. You can hold those dollars, or you can allow things like this, which are allowed in the current policy.
The other issue was always on that we wouldn't improve parking lots if there wasn't a landscape
Correct.
portion to it. So we
Correct.
don't do parking lots.
Yeah.
We do
Rarely
parking
do we
lots.
recommend parking lots unless there's bigger picture things that have happened, things that are tied with it, things like that.
Great.
Ma'am,
Yes, Larry.
are those trees going to remain there, or is that going to be a problem
They
for
grew
construction?
from left to right. They grew several feet.
I do know that they will have some type of foliage back. I think the hope is if those trees are not too close to the foundation and are not causing a structural problem with the structure and they're salvageable, that makes sense. But again, it also may make sense to the property owner to come back and replant something that will be not that size today, but in 10, 15 years that meets the downtown scape, that would be able to have landscaping and shade tree that would come up that high.
Well, we don't remove trees, right?
Certainly not in the right of way.
Okay, just making sure we're all clear, we don't remove trees.
You talked about ADA also. It's a two-story building. I frankly don't know what the ADA rule is for renovating a two-story building. It seems illogical to demand that they put in an elevator.
Correct.
Could you check that out?
It comes down to how deep do they go with their renovation. But again, if they're able to provide the accommodations on the first floor, and if there's so many, just an X number of units, then they're able to provide that on the first floor and not have to add an elevator to the second floor. And they're working with our building department as well as their architect engineer to make sure they meet those state standards.
So there's also no amenities in the second floor that don't already or won't exist on the first floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, keep going.
With that is our south side tiers items. They did recommend full funding for each one of those items. They did not, with our criteria and ranking, they did go with the full funding of the $184,356. And again, that did leave a balance of $390 in the south. At the last tiers meeting, they did extend that window, so we have some current applicants that are applying for tiers in the south again, so that we can utilize those funds to help them out as well.
The number one point I want to make, and it will apply to the next northern one as well, is time frame. These dollars get approved on projects, and then 5 years go by and the project hasn't even started. We've got to tighten up the time frame because they've already done design work. They've already gotten a lot of detailed work into this, and nothing happens. So we need to make sure that people understand a timeline with approval of these dollars. If the dollars aren't utilized and the project's not done within a window of time, the dollars go back to the pot.
Yes, ma'am. And our team is really working hard at that. They're actually doing an audit right now, our own internal audit, if you will, of just what has been approved over the last 3 years and what is the status of those projects, because our contracts do read if they're not completed within 2 years and have not requested an extension, then those monies go back, and then we want to make sure that we do that process so that those dollars are available for someone else.
And the question mark is that they haven't started it in 2 years, why would we extend it?
Correct. And there's got to be some kind of circumstances that would be there, and so they have to justify that to the tiers board. That does go to the tiers board for a formal request and recommendation from them if they wanted to extend it. Typically, those extensions are only 6 months, and so it really puts them to move forward very quickly if they're going to do it.
Thank you. So may I have a motion for approval of item C?
Motion to approve.
So I've got a motion and a second. And public comment, please.
Michelle Babish.
Good morning.
I just want to say, I love Tears. You know, y'all know how passionate I am about it. So I just appreciate that our town does that. And then just want you to know, I know it's called reinvestment, and Jody and I and my daughters have tried very hard to reinvest back into our community. I know that y'all don't love paving, but please know that we will reinvest. We are celebrating, the B&B is celebrating our 6-year anniversary next month, and the pizzeria our 5-year. And so it is because, in part to Tiers and things like our Small Business Development Center, those are the reasons why we're so successful, and we really appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Michelle. That's all. All right, let's take a vote. All those in favor of approving item C, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We'll move to item D, consider approving Tiers incentive requests for the 5 North Tiers private projects totaling $345,135.99 that were approved by the Tiers Board on 2/25/25. Aaron, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Valenzuela. There are 5 projects that came forward for the Tiers North area. You can see them here, and we'll go through them individually. You can see that 4 of them did request the maximum amount available, and then 1 was at the $45,000. There's some very good projects in this group. As you know, the Tiers North does not have application windows, but our team from downtown San Angelo, as well as our staff team, has been working very hard with getting the word out, and we are seeing more and more Tiers North Tiers projects coming forward. So we're very excited about that. So the tiers on the north has a very significant number, approaching 2.9 million. With the 345 in these projects, it would still leave us with the 2.5 million for allocation moving forward. So let's get into these. It's 2113 North Chadbourn. The request is $45,135. Their project costs are $50,000, and they're doing some exterior things. And I'll show you right up here. They're on the North Chadbourn on the western side, and we'll get you the building facade currently. So you can see a building built probably in the late 60s, maybe the early 70s, has been occupied for a long time as the Joy Store, a retail spot, does a number of things that are very good for the community, but it does need a refresh, and that's what they're coming forward with today, is how do they refresh this building, keep it viable for all that traffic that comes along Chadbourn and moving forward. So here they're going to restore the top, and they're going to use this gray color right here. This middle color, that signage and stuff is kind of going to go away. They're going to paint a nice band there. The bottom right here is going to be this gray color, and then they're going to add natural stone as kind of a wainscoting through there. Which will be at the very bottom. So kind of a natural Austin stone, if you will, type of look at the bottom, trying to modernize it a little bit. They are going to freshen up this area as well as make a proper ADA ramp so that they actually have access out this way for the right slope and everything so that their customers can get in. The challenging part for them, and I'm going to go back to another slide, is maybe that's a good slide. You can see they have some parking over here, and then they have this parking in here. They're going to be working with our Public Works when they come in with the large sidewalk project that's going to come through there of how do we find a way, is there some parallel parking that could be done there? They're going to utilize the parking now, but they're not making any changes to it right now until they work with Public Works on what does that look like to help with drainage and things like that through there.
When was this picture taken? Because we haven't gotten rain in so long. I don't know when we had this problem. Yeah.
I didn't say that. No, so when these applications come in, sometimes it's months before they actually make it to Tiers Board because we're trying to get all the bits and pieces. And so I believe they actually applied somewhere in November, December. And as you guys know, we did have a little bit of rain there. So our staff team does go very quickly and try to get some facade pictures and things so that we have that for the record so that we know kind of what's going on. So we're very excited about them coming forward. The property owner, the store owner, is not native English speaking, so we're excited that our downtown San Angelo group, as well as our staff team, worked with them, as well as their contractor worked with them to understand what the Tiers program is, because we've heard that as a criticism in the past of we don't understand what that really means. They're afraid they're going to be on the hook for something that hey, you're going to give me some money, but what are you going to make me, what do I have to do? And so I'm very excited that the team worked with them to understand what this program really is and to get a building like this, to get a good refresh and help out the business continue to stay viable on the north side of town. 2124 MLK. Funding request is $75,000. I like this project a lot. It is kind of right over here that I want to say has just been a building that's probably was vacant for quite a while, or maybe just had some stuff in it that maybe was not the best use. But they're getting a relocated business, which I'm very excited about. So a business that was on Bryant, they lost their building and now they're coming over to here. But you can see that it's Rodeo Western Wear. You can see the building, probably a suitable building. It does kind of sit back off the road just a little bit. It's not necessarily highlighted as much as it can be, and that's kind of their plan is how can we highlight this building a little bit better? So they're going to come in with some facade changes. They're going to redo that cedar shake. They're going to do some painting. They're going to come in with some minor landscaping, some paving, and really put this building back on the map so that citizens and visitors can find it. So we're very excited about that, reutilizing a building that probably wasn't being used in its best and highest use there on MLK, and so we're very excited about that. So they're looking at doing the sidewalks, the landscaping, the roof demo, the metal awning installation, and the paving. And so they're doing a number of things on that structure to make sure that it's safe and sound and continues to be a viable piece of property moving into the future. (201) West 29th, another building that I was just unaware that it was there, but I really like the building a whole lot. I think their proposal is very exciting. So their total project cost is right at $90,000. The funding request is $75,000 with basically a $9,000 match. You can see the awning, concrete, landscaping, stucco, all those facade type of things that they're doing. Here's the structure currently, which I like it, but I think what they're proposing to do is really going to enhance it and make this a business that's going to be very exciting. You can see it's right here with 29th going right there and Chadburn, and of course that's, I believe, Grape Creek Road and Lake Drive intersection there. So kind of a prominent spot. It's unfortunate that I haven't paid attention that the building's there, but I think after they make these changes, it will really make that property known. So they're going to come in, they're going to do some very nice landscaping. They're going to come in and improve the walkability in that area that matches some of the area around 29th Street as well. You can see they're going to propose some screening over on this side. What this is going to be a turf company, and so they're going to have a lot of outdoor storage, but they're also planning for that. Hey, we're going to have outdoor storage, but we're going to screen it. While it may not be a lot of people that are walking in, but they're going to have plenty of parking for contractors to come in and for loading and unloading, for them to take things out to landscaping sites. So we're very excited about them coming in and making those changes. You can see they're going to continue to retain some of the original stone back here. Some of the stone is in very poor condition, and so they're looking at doing this stucco facade, which we think is still appropriate. They're going to come in and make sure that the windows are all safe, secure, and sound and energy efficient. Have a small awning at the front, and I'll go back to the original right there that you can see. They've already got those openings for those things. They're just really trying to go in and redo those windows for energy efficiency. Make sure everything is working together, make sure the roof is safe and not leaking, and continue to add value to that area of town.
Ma'am? Yes, Karen?
What is the date? When was this building built?
I would have to look back at that. I don't think I know that. No date is popping into my head, and I hesitate to just give you a date, but it's currently not on our historic overlay or historic registry, but it is a very old building. I would say after the turn of the last century, maybe. I did say turn of the century in a staff meeting last week, meaning 2000s, and they thought I was really old. So we can find that out and get that information to you. We'd be happy to do that.
Larry, did you have a comment?
Parking.
Yes, sir. So you can see where the vehicles are parking now. They will have parking on that side. I'm not sure I have a great picture of it, other than they do have a number of off-street parking spaces back here in their yard. While it looks like a very large building, their occupancy, as most of its warehouse, does not require that many parking spaces. And so they are adequately parked, even when they have visitors come and visit and pick up supplies and things like that. All right, the last one is 1621 North Chadburn, proposed project. Oh, sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was looking at this, and there had been something in the bottom that said signage, and I thought we weren't supposed to pay for, or the tiers.
Correct.
We don't do signage based on our policies unless it's part of a project. And in this case, that was one of the things that could contribute to the funding request that we could pay for. And sometimes us as staff, as well as downtown San Angelo, work with that applicant and say, okay, well, you're at $72,000. If we added your signage, then we could get the full request of $75,000, or request that at least. In this case, You can say, they have the old signage there, but they're proposing to take that down and coming in with some other signage that will probably come in that area as a wall sign. They may have some signage on the screening, but nothing dramatic or significant that would be out of the ordinary for this part of town. And so it is part of our policies currently. It did go through that recommendation at Tiers Board. Y'all have the ability to say, no, we want to take that out, obviously. But usually if it's just a sign by itself, we would not recommend that at all.
But that's really not the language that we've used before. So signage has always been a challenge that, quote, if you can't afford to pay a sign for your building, that's a challenge. So, we keep making exceptions, and I guess that means that, what is the rule? If the rule just changes.
Well, that's what I was asking, because I had always known that we weren't supposed to, then all of a sudden we do, and then we do because of this or because of that. And that is really kind of confusing to people that are going to apply, or what am I going to be able to get from, what are they going to cover? And they'll go, well, go ahead and throw it in there. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I just wanted
What's
it
the
to be,
rule?
yeah.
I think and Aaron can answer a little more on prior projects. As we said, if it's been a standalone sign, we really don't consider that much, because it's really not much of a project. What are you doing? But if you're doing a broad sweep like this one is of a major project, and a sign is part of that overall scheme of what you're doing, and you're having a major investment, then they have looked at considering those in the past. And I think
But we have also in the past denied the signage when it was the signage that was going on a building that was not standalone. So
I think
the question is valid.
And I think that's a good point. Some things that have changed in that regard is back then you also were looking at, you often had more requests for funding than you had money. So a lot of times they looked at that. So I think they've been consistent. Your circumstances change a little bit, and you can go with whichever way y'all see fit.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm just reading now the most current policies that were adopted in September of 2023. Talks about facade improvement, and there's a sentence in there. Signage can be funded as part of a broader aesthetic improvements, but generally will not be funded as a standalone project, with the exception of repair and revitalization of historic signage in the downtown. Of course, this is not historic downtown. This is up on 29th. But we do believe it's part of the broader aesthetic improvements of this building and the facade improvements that they're proposing. Again, as Mr. Weiss said, that is up to y'all's discretion of
But
where
we
y'all
don't
would like
see
to
the
land.
signage. Okay, so that's to her point again. Okay, great. Where's the signage? Well, we don't see it.
Correct, but I would say y'all wouldn't be voting on whether the signage is good or bad. Do you want to fund it? We really don't want to look at aesthetics, because this is outside of a design district. If they meet the sign ordinance of size and placement, there's really not anything that, in my opinion, Mayor, that we should be looking at other than those things.
We're
And in
not
this case,
approving
it's
it
a
for sign. We're not approving the sign as a sign. It's just if you're designing and presenting the schematic, and your part of the money is a sign, I would have thought the sign would have been placed on that building. That's all.
Is the applicant here to possibly explain where that might be and what it might look like?
I don't believe so.
And not only that, but if we're approving for a sign and then all of a sudden it's not up there, what do they do with that part of the money? Just roll it over and put it into something else in the building?
No, they have to submit line item receipts and where that cost would have been, and if they don't have those costs there as well as verified out
taken
in the
off
field,
the-
it's taken out. Yes, ma'am.
We pay in the rears.
Yes, ma'am.
You pay on the back end, not the front end.
Yes. They have to do all the work first. But yes, ma'am, I take your meaning to say if we do have something in the future that we're recommending funding for a sign, please include that as part of the proposal. Yes, we can do that. Ready to move on to the last one, I believe? All right. 1621 North Chadbourne, $98,800 with a funding request of $75,000, just under a $10,000 match. This is a historical property that they are looking at doing historical preservation and renovation on the outside, trying to get the outside to be weather tight so they can start doing some projects on the inside. You've seen
I'm
this.
so excited to see this. I drive by this all the time and think what a majestic house this had to have been in life, and I just wish someone would do
Yes.
something with it. So this is exciting.
This is very exciting. The applicants and property owner are very excited to start being able to move forward in a real way to help this property continue to thrive. As you can tell, it used to be a very stately property. There is some information that we've been researching on the historical side that it was at one point in history one of the former mayor's houses. But we haven't really dived down into who that is, and we're talking to some of the neighbors in the area. So you can see some of the areas that they want to improve, all the way from doorways, refacing some of the older masonry work that is starting to deteriorate. You can kind of see it separating, replacing windows. You can just see it right up here that the beadboard is starting to come through, which that means there's water leaks, and so they're looking at doing the roof. All of these things did go to the DHRC as it was a DHRC historic overlay, or for this property, and so they're looking at doing all of those and then bringing the windows back here. This is kind of probably phase one of a multi-phase project for this. It is a substantial structure, but they are committed to working on it and trying to get it back to where it's a productive structure for our community.
Do they have a goal in terms of what it's going to, is it going to be apartments? Is it someone's home? Is it going to be a business?
I believe
No
it's
one-
going, someone cut it up into apartments at some point in its history. That is kind of their goal, but they're trying to limit how many apartments. As you can expect with a structure of this age, there's some basement area, there's some attic area that was been converted into living spaces, and so those become challenging when it comes down to even existing building codes of how do you make all those things work. So they're working very close with our building department and trying to find what's the best use and way to bring this back to life and start to get some use out of it as well.
This is exciting. Is it really? You notice it every time you drive on Chadburn. It's great to see someone taking it on as a project.
Yes. And Tom, there's clouds in the sky there if you missed that. No rain.
Just on the basket.
I believe this is our last project for the north, is 214 West 18th. You can see the project cost is $250,000. The funding request is $75,000 and the match is $50,000. And so you kind of look at those numbers, well, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Well, the match is how much of it is actually project costs that are attributed to items that tiers can pay for, which is mostly site
Show
on
us
this
the
one.
picture.
And I shall. Yes, ma'am. Beautiful picture. It's a lot to see here, but it is a vacant lot. It used to have a building that was torn down about 20 years ago is what the records that we can find. It is vacant. It does need, it's an area of revitalization. As you know, is when tiers projects are created and these tiers districts are created is how do you improve areas that are dilapidated? How do you improve areas that need the overall property value to be brought up? And reinserting new structures, new items, revitalizing items are a way to do that. I'll go to the last picture.
The
and then we
tiers
can
isn't
come back.
supposed to be spent on new buildings. I mean, on new development. It's only supposed to be in revitalization of buildings, not new structures.
Correct, and that's where we go back to how much of this goes towards the site as opposed to the actual structure of the building. And so to come in and request the funding for all of this paving, the sidewalk, the landscaping, to do some of the development constraints on the site, that's all funding for those items to get done. And then they're investing into the actual structure with the foundation and things like that. One item that is in Texas 311 is affordable housing. While we have not determined that this is an affordable housing project as of yet.
Is that a house or housing?
Well, this is a duplex that's designed to go there, so two houses, if you will. There's no property line between them, so it'll be on two livable structures on one lot. They are not building multiple structures per lot, just this one. And I'll go back to that lot maybe right here. You can see it's a fairly good-sized lot. If y'all recall, right back here, about, I want to say in January, a project came forward where they were demoing that building, doing site work and completing lots of things there for virtually the same type of project that they're putting a duplex over there on that site. There may be some in the future that will come along this roadway over time. Any other questions?
Yes, Lucy?
So when you were talking about that apartment or duplex, I was just wondering, so if it's not in the affordable tax break, that they won't be eligible for the,
New construction.
right?
That's one of the talks about affordable housing in the statute from 1987. Our policies don't speak to that directly. Our project plan does speak to housing. And our number one item under our award rankings, under the high priority, is projects will be prioritized based on the following: high priority, housing. And then the next is historic preservation. Next is fire sprinklers and related improvements, building aesthetics, exterior, interior improvements, and ADA. Those are all under the high priority. So as staff looked at this, we looked at this as that this is providing housing within our tiers district. It is not single-family housing. It's not RS1 residential. This is an RM1 zoned property. We believe it does meet our criteria locally. We do believe it meets the state statute. And again, they're receiving primarily funding for all of these site items to get the site ready so that they can put on a structure. And we go back and we look at all those receipts as they come back through. Is, all right, did they really spend the $75,000 on that, or did they spend $68,000 on that? Any unspent dollars comes back into the pot for reallocation.
I did want to make a statement. I wanted to thank you and downtown for educating the people on the north side on the TIERS program, because from what we're seeing, these people are actually going to start taking advantage of this opportunity. And like we've been saying up here all morning, I'm so excited. I'm surprised that little song, I'm so excited. I just can't hide it isn't on, but I just want to thank you for a great job that y'all are doing, and I'm so proud of the north side for coming out and wanting to make that part of town to start looking alive and pretty and inviting. And that is what I'm looking at, and I'm just so really proud of the fact that they're doing that.
One
So I
project
thank you.
at a time makes a big
Exactly.
difference.
It does.
Yes.
And it makes a difference because people are watching and they're looking that if across the street can look nice, I can make my place look nice as well.
Yeah.
And they get together and they find out how, when, and where, and they get on it. So I'm very, very happy with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Councilman.
want to go along with what Lucy's got to say. I believe there was a training session that was done at Western Skies. Is that correct or no?
I think there
Sometime
was,
ago,
yes.
Town hall?
Yes.
Can you do that again?
Yes.
Because I think, yeah, as Lucy said, this is exciting, and it's really showing a growth in the program out there. So if you could do that, would be wonderful.
Yes, and we're happy to do those types of sessions. I just want to speak very highly of Monica Ramos with Downtown San Angelo. We're working with her so that we both have a English and Spanish version of our information. And she hits the streets too, and she's finding that having those one-on-one conversations are very important. And then to have staff members like Hannah and Charlie on our staff team, that when those folks come in, they really sit down and listen and try to find ways to help them move forward. Try not to find what are the roadblocks to this, but if there are, what are some solutions, and do we need to involve engineering and public works? Do we need to involve somebody else to help us find some solutions to get over the roadblocks? So the staff team in the development area is very critical to talking with those citizens and making them feel welcome when they come in. So we're very excited that our staff team does that.
You know, one of the things that we did when we applied to become a Main Street city was that we did reimagine this. And so we took some of the buildings that were maybe not in great shape or were in great shape but needed to be reimagined as something else and for some other purpose. And I believe that that offers an open door and an open window for us taking a look at some of the buildings and properties in this zone and looking at what they could be reimagined into to
Yes.
help some, because not everybody has a visionary mindset. They don't know what to do with the project. And I believe if we could present a reimagination of several of these projects, you would get more investment back into it.
Yes.
And help somebody rethink that property. So I'd like to see that as the next step on the North Tier zone.
Ma'am.
Yes, yes.
I would like to add another positive acknowledgement. This council, this particular council, 2.5, 3 years ago, asked for drawings and pictures to be included in the submissions, and the quality of the submissions has really elevated and improved in the last few years. It's remarkable to see, and it's helpful to us, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, that's a tribute to Hannah Murrell, who's our program manager for Tiers. She does a great job of sitting with the clients and saying, we need these things, we need sketches, we need drawings, and so she holds her feet to the fire, say, if we're going to give you some dollars, we need to be able to tell the story. Yes.
Let's get to reimagining. I think it would make a huge difference.
Yes, ma'am.
All
So
right,
to-
so with
Ma'am,
that,
ma'am.
one more comment.
Ma'am.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I wonder if you could go back to 1621 Chadbourne. I didn't see a ramp in there, and I didn't see that they were going for any monies based on ADA requirements.
Not at this-
There's a challenge there with a ramp.
Not at this time, but they do and are aware of that. And towards the back of this structure where the elevation is different, that is going to come with some of the design. And so they are aware of those things, and I do believe, but right now, since this is really just trying to get this watertight and to be more presentable, I think their next step, their other phasings will come into making sure that the ADA compliance is there, particularly since we do have a good sidewalk that goes around this property. How do they get from there in, or if they're at the driveway, which currently is at the back, how do they get into the structure itself? So they're aware of that, and so is staff, and so we want to, how can we get them to get moving forward on this first? But we do know that that's a priority as well, and so we know that maybe in a future request that will come forward.
Would it help them at all to have, the ADA, there's additional money, if there's ADA requirements? I wondered if they shouldn't add that to their request now.
Well, since their request is already up at the 75,000, I think that's the limit that the staff could recommend. I would have to maybe turn to Brandon to see if city council could say, well, we would give additional funding for that at this time, or if it's appropriate to come back with a future request once they get those things done.
Have them come back with a future request with additional layout and presentation of what it looks like. It's one thing to just say it. We want to see what it looks like, and we want to see all of that on the back side. So I don't want to just say, here's more money, get it done. Show us what you're going to get done.
Yes, ma'am. But thank you for your comments, yes.
All right, may I have a motion for approval of item D? A motion by Lucy, a second by Karen. And public comment, please. So let's take a vote. All those in favor of approving item D, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Item E, first reading and public hearing of PD 24-07, a request for a zone change to a planned development from a heavy commercial zoning district to an underlying mobile home subdivision zoning district, allowing one framed house and one manufactured home on 2 acres out of 13 acres located at 4673 Cristobal Road.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Valenzuela. Again, my name is Aaron Benoit, Director of Planning and Development Services. This has been a challenging case for our planning division and myself included, as I kind of tried to work with our team as well as take over the lead on this case, because it is a unique case. We don't get these types of cases a lot. So let me give you some background and orient us where we are. Obviously, y'all are very familiar with Cristobal Road. This is the part of Cristobal Road between Chadbourne and the loop that is being under construction right now by the state. You can see Jackrabbit Trail back there, Jody Lane, and those areas. It is a very large tract of land, and that's why we're doing a planned development only on the 2 acres. We did not think, based on the request, that the request should apply to the whole area, and we'll get into that a little bit deeper. So this is the property with the aerial. I know this area is hatched up here, but you can see right here is a frame house. Has been there long before this property was ever annexed into the city. It is an occupied frame house. All the property is under one ownership, and they had a family member that had bought a manufactured house, and it got moved into approximately this area right here. They called in to get an electrical reconnect, and that's kind of when the proverbial wheels came off, if you will. Obviously, our building department says, well, that seems unusual. Let's find out if this is allowed or not. So they did a great job of notifying people of, hey, we've got this request. Can we move forward? So as you can see here, it's currently zoned heavy commercial, and the vision is commercial as well to move forward. What we've come down to is actually asking for a planned development that would allow a mobile home subdivision, and that should say S, not P. I apologize for that. A mobile home subdivision, not a mobile home park, which is MHP.
What's the difference?
The difference between a mobile home subdivision allows you to have one manufactured home and can be of any size. A mobile home park must be of at least 10 acres large, and then you can have multiple manufactured homes in a mobile home park. And that was not their intent, and we do not believe, if this was to move forward, that would be the city's intent either for this piece of property. And so their request is a mobile home subdivision use along with a second residence, that second residence being used as a frame house. Basically, those 2 acres would continue to move forward with a residential use that allows the single-family house, the frame house, and a manufactured home. This is in District 1, Mr. Tommy Hebert, and in the Glenmore neighborhood. So here are those future lands. You can see all the way on the west side of Christoval, pretty significantly north to south, that is commercial corridor in the future. We know that there's a lot of heavy commercial in that area, some light manufacturing of things, but it's usually heavy commercial uses. You can see our current zoning on the right side, both on Christoval Road to the right and Christoval Road to the left. You can see there's a lot of commercial or heavy commercial areas, and then you can see some light manufacturing. You also see just a little bit of ranch and estate there and there. So on Jackrabbit Trail up to the north, this is a very large property, one owner property that has some houses on it, functions as ranch and estate. There's, I think, 1 or 2 more houses back here that are large enough to be ranch and estate. This property here is actually city-owned property because that's the Concho River area that goes just to the west of these properties. Everything's trying to get over to the Concho River as far as water movement. And so while that may indicate ranch and estate today, if you go back to this side, you see, well, that's definitely open space that the city would remain open for different uses in the future for the city. Would not be residentially used or commercially used. So we did send out notices, just as we do for anything. This property owner here was in support because this has been a long-term resident. They've got a relationship, and they use that lot for some outdoor storage from time to time, and they keep an eye on it. So it makes sense to them to allow somebody to stay there. A good reason to be in support. But nobody else, of course, you can see a lot of those properties, I wouldn't say are vacant, but they're all in about other things. There is one other residential property right down here that has not had any changes. For about a mile along there, those are the only residentials that front onto Christoval Road. A little further down towards Chadburn, there are a couple up there, and then there's a mobile home park at the bottom of Christoval as you meet the freeway. This is just the entrance. Of course, you can see that they're under construction with Christoval, but they've got a gate here. You can just see the housing structures back there, about 100 to 150 feet
You'd
to
have
the
to
back.
enlarge that before I could see that.
Yes.
I don't know, but
Here again, the frame house, the manufactured home. We were able to confirm that it was actually a manufactured home, not a modular home or an industrialized home, something that would meet a different definition. In the codes, manufactured home meets a very specific thing, and I think that's because our codes and even our state laws are looking at things maybe from the 80s and 90s that obviously manufactured homes were not as looked as in favorable of. I think a separate conversation in the future for our community is, do those things ever become reincorporated as affordable housing in certain areas? We're just not sure. This is Jackrabbit Trail looking south. It does look like a Jackrabbit Trail, but it is not a great road, particularly for residential traffic or higher traffic. And that's also back to, we want to limit this 2 acres up here that kind of fronts on Christoval Road so they're not having to drive around areas. It's closer to the hydrant. In fact, the hydrant, they just put a new one in, and it is right about there for that property. And so they do have a fire hydrant along there, which is important for our fire services. They are doing, this is at the front again, they're doing very large box culverts for this drainage that's right there. Why that's important, let me go back to an overhead image. We felt, you can kind of see this little snake right through there. That's the drainage area. That's that box culvert area. And so, again, the reason why we carved out this 2 acres here is even if this does turn heavy commercial, they sell it off, they lease it to somebody, there's going to be a natural buffer right here between them and that. The challenging part is they don't have a buffer between these light manufacturing places to the north. There's not really a way to do that. As you can see where that property line is, what they have. So with my planning hat only, we would say this is not a good idea, if it was my planning hat only. With my, how do we get affordable housing for folks, this might make sense if there's a way to do it in a limited way. And it was very challenging. I will say I went 3 months with being absolute no before we got off of absolute no and found some conditions that might work for the applicants. And so staff did recommend at the Planning Commission approval of the 2 acres of land from heavy commercial to the planned development with the underlying zoning district of mobile home subdivision located at the 4673 Christoval Road with these following conditions, and I'll go through those. They have not, and then what kind of triggered them is getting the building permit to set the structure and the utilities. They are on-site sewer for the one-frame house. Talking with the county, they have not quite updated their permit to add another house to that on-site sewer, so they can do that. Provide improved parking surface for 4 parking spaces. We are going to say that it could be a caliche, stone, or other surface. This area is acting like ranch and estate as opposed to a RS1 or some other type of housing. And so that we felt like that was appropriate at that time, particularly tying it to number 4, to ensure emergency services can access the site. Do they have a wide enough road? Do they have a wide enough gate? Do they have enough area if, for whatever type of vehicles they may need to service the site with, can they get in there? And they can work with our fire marshal and emergency services to do that. Ensure the skirting is secure and compliant with Section 501 of the zoning ordinance. Number 6 is no future occupiable structures can be built on this 2 acres tract, and we did use intentionally occupiable structures. This does not restrict structures as accessory buildings or open structures. And I didn't talk about it on some of the images, but obviously when you have a manufactured home or any type of home that's built and you don't have a patio, you don't have a carport, those things inevitably show up. And if we believe that this housing is congruent with the area, Why would we not go ahead and write that in there so that they don't have to come back to us to ask permission to do it? They have permission, they just have to get their building permits to do it correctly. Again, the paved connection shall be under the Ranch and Estate zoning district, which, talking with the fire marshal at that time, is that it can be the improved caliche. They just make sure that it's strong enough for the fire apparatus, if they need to get fire apparatus in there, which I believe they'll be able to do. And then again, any accessory structures shall be consistent with the section 402B Ranch and Estate zoning, because this is a 2-acre site and it is functioning more like Ranch and Estate than an RS1. And that really is, and I may go back to the first image or an overhead image. They do have a large barn structure at the back, been there for very, very long, but that limits the number of accessory structures based on size. And so Ranch and Estate allows you to have up to 100% of your occupiable structures, and if there's 2, say that's 3,000 square feet, they could have up to 3,000 square feet accessory structures as well. I don't know what number they're at now, but that would allow them to get to that point. And with that, Mayor, I will turn it over to you. I do want to mention that Planning Commission did recommend approval with a 5-to-1 vote. This did get tabled at Planning Commission in January, came back in February, and it really was time for staff and applicant to get together and talk about these options of what kind of controls. As any of y'all know, anytime you put controls, that means someone has to man the controls, and that's always a challenging for city staff, just for having the lack of manpower to go and do things at times. And a lot of it does come down to those property owners. You know the rules now, let's follow the rules and let's move forward. So Mayor, I turn it back to you, and if y'all have any questions.
Turn it over to Tommy for any comments or.
Oh, I got questions. Yeah, this one, I agree with Aaron. This one's a tough case. The first thing for me is the public safety. You can't get onto the property because of the gate there. You can pull that slide up if you don't mind. You can see the gate there. My question is, I see the fire chief in the room here. Chief Brody, my question is, can your large equipment get in there, and will that road support 80,000 pounds of some of your heaviest equipment if it had to get in there?
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you, Council Patrick Brody, Fire Chief. This is absolutely a concern for us. That's a 13-foot gate, and it would be an absolute tight squeeze for our ladder truck, rescue truck, or any one of our fire trucks to fit through there. Y'all saw in one of the pictures that they had a mobile home in there. I bet that was a very tight squeeze to get it in there. Our minimum access width is 20 feet, and I would like to see something written into this that a realistic timeline for the property owner to extend that gate and widen that gate from 13 to 20 feet so we have appropriate access. As far as the surface, what's written into code is a ground surface that can support 80,000 pounds. That's approximately the weight of our ladder truck, our heaviest piece of equipment. And from what I've been told, compacted caliche will support that ladder truck. It is not preferred. I prefer asphalt or concrete, but with that being an improved method, then I would accept that.
Even when we don't get much rain here, but the day that they are that your folks are needed out there, we've had some heavy rain. Will that road surface, even when thoroughly soaked, support your equipment?
Well, even without any rain, so anytime we're running our fire apparatus, the pump is going to push out any excess pressure from the pump, and that goes straight underneath the truck, saturating the ground right under that truck. And with it being compressed, compact, caliche, that truck won't sink. Now get off the roadway, and I know you saw some of those pictures, into that clay, into that dirt area. We have buried a fire truck up to the axles before because we were not on compressed caliche. I believe that it will support it. Prolonged operations, may have to shut the pump down to prevent any additional saturation of that area.
So is, Brandon, question for you then, if we needed to add the condition that gate be a minimum of 20 feet wide, is that something we can do here today?
Yeah, I think that would be a good condition to amend and have that time frame, because otherwise, yeah, who knows what it would be.
I'll let y'all decide what a realistic time frame is for the applicant to make that happen.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chief Brody. Look, I've got a long list here. You talked about the road, specifically Jackrabbit. That's not going to ever, if I understood what you said, Jackrabbit really likely would never come into play on this particular property, or would it?
I would say we were very intentional with the 2 acres to not have it touch that roadway. Because in our land and subdivision ordinance, it would say that if that, whether the property's platted or not, they would have to do improvements. While I like public improvements on our roads and our infrastructure, it just doesn't seem to make sense at this time for that to be part of this. And so we were very intentional with the 2 acres not touching that roadway, and you can see that it stops just past their last barn, that we would consider that if there was improvements here, then Jackrabbit Trail may need to be improved or deferred to a later date. And I think that's what we're looking at here, is that we're making this planned development right here for the 2 acres, that all of the requirements would be in that 2 acres.
Well, no doubt that would be quite expensive too,
Yes.
that road.
Much more than probably what the
Yeah.
manufactured home costs.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Are we concerned about any attempt in any of the conversations you had? Are we concerned about any attempt at future development on that site, that your planned development doesn't restrict from the outset?
No. The reason why they moved forward, one is they got a positive report from a salesperson at a manufactured home facility in town that, yes, you can do it, so they moved forward for affordable housing. They also felt like they had been annexed in and were grandfathered in. They really thought they could do this. And it's until they contacted the city. Since that time, we have had numerous discussions with property owners as well as their representative, SKG, to understand zoning and what those implications are. I feel very confident that the property owners, and while they own both properties, understand what the restrictions are here. And I think they also understand what the restrictions are there for a heavy commercial site, if they were ever to do a heavy commercial site. The challenge with any properties and any zonings is what happens with the next owner, because they may not be privy to that information just because they're just not. And so while manufactured homes, they may have a 50-year, 70-year lifespan, that's a long time, and none of us will be still standing here when maybe a future issue comes up. But I do feel very confident that the current property owners and their representative understand what's being in the plan development and what's being requested of them.
Well, you stated it without stating it out loud, really. That's one of my concerns with this. In 30, 40, 50, 60 years, nobody's going to remember this. But this stays with the land. If this what is done, this stays with the land. And then this becomes the city's problem, because when it's nobody's problem, it's everybody's problem. And so I have a concern for down the road what might happen here. Another concern that I have is, flip through your pictures just a minute. Okay, right there. If my understanding is correct, just to the right of this line of brush, to the right of the road, that's light manufacturing zoning.
That is correct.
Everything to the left of that is heavy commercial. We have no means by which, if a light manufacturing, something wants to go there, whatever is allowed by right, even if it were to produce noxious odors, if it were to produce loud noise, if it were to become even more unsightly on that light manufacturing side, and it all fits within the code, within light manufacturing, we can't do anything about it. And that, do they clearly understand in your judgment that, you know, even though they may say, hey, we need help, that help may not be available because it's allowed in light manufacturing?
I believe they do at this time, certainly the current property owners and who may be residing in those homes, which is a granddaughter and her family. But again, we don't know what could move into light manufacturing. They would have no requirement to do screening, landscaping at this time. So it would kind of come back to them of, well, how do they protect themselves, whether they choose to do screening, landscaping. One kind of advantage, maybe, is while we get north wind, we don't get predominant north wind. We get predominant southwest and west wind. And having the Concho River over here, having that open space, and this being undeveloped and having this natural buffer through here, that was one of the items that kind of pushed us forward in saying, okay, this might be okay, because they do have some protections. So that area there, I don't remember what exactly it is. I think it may be West Texas. I think it's an oil and gas company, and they've got a large caliche area, a lot of heavy truck traffic. Well, any of that caliche dust will blow that way or things. And I, as you can see, there are some areas there that will probably do that no matter what. You can water it all day long, but it's still going to blow. And so they have to know that going in.
I mean, they know that.
I think the folks that certainly live at that property do know that, and I think their family members may know that. Again, our concern over time, how does that change? But it's hard to work with that. But, and to address Mr. Hebert's concern about maybe ongoing compliance, there's not a great remedy other than the citation process. And obviously, Rudy's team can go out and issue citations, but until, whether it's a court judge or the city says, we're going to file a motion to go and remove that trailer, there's not a whole lot of things to remediate issues on that property. I mean, we could request to have the water turned off and things like that, and then you have to really, what are we trying to do for not just long-term, but in this case specifically? And that's where I kind of kept going back to the affordable housing. We have talked many times about affordable housing, and for some, manufactured homes is a bad word, but in a lot of cases, manufactured homes is an affordable house for a lot of our community. And how do we find places that it's appropriate and still allow it to work? At this time, we think with the conditions that have come up and with the fire chief, Brody, putting, us modifying that one to give some more specific parameters, we believe from a planning standpoint, it makes sense. Now, that may not ring true with everyone, but at that point, that's where we're at.
I want to zoom in on a micro issue on page 4 of your report where you're detailing the items. It's at the very last of item 2. There's one sentence in there that I need clarification on. It says the proposal would limit the heavy commercial which is adjacent to this property for development. What does that mean?
Well, in some ways, I do believe our commercial people that are speculating for commercial, or even our Costa DC and our economic development folks at the chamber, when they're looking at sites and they recognize there's 2 residential structures there, and this site comes up, or this site comes up, or any of these sites come up, I believe there is truth that those sites are less desirable because you might go in beside residential, and to your point of, well, are there going to be complaints in the future about whatever, dirt, noise, lights, whatever it may be? And so I do believe that based on our comprehensive plan and our zoning ordinance, those are potential things that do make that less desirable.
Well, and we don't see this developing over time in terms of residential.
Correct.
I guess we can't make the absolute definitive statement that would never happen, but over the years that's not happened.
Correct. It has not happened, even with Goodfellow being right up here. That Housing really hasn't trailed down Cristoval Road. It's been more out Paint Rock Road. And so we don't see that happening. In fact, we've seen more heavy commercial come into these sites because they're larger acres. They've got a great roadway. They got great access to Goodfellow. They can go out 277, 87. They can get back to 306 very quickly and transport out. And so this is kind of our other mini industrial site within our community, and we feel strongly that that is where this area is headed. In fact, I believe COSA DC and our chamber partners have done a number of projects over just to the east of Cristoval Road, and so as land continues to be a priority in that area, that's something to consider.
Well, and to your point, to maybe make some of those sites less desirable simply because there are residences there, adding one more maybe might be unhelpful or not helpful. I really and truly, I'm going to look down the dais here at the council and say, this one has me, it has me both concerned, but from two standpoints, that this is not good planning. If Aaron says with his pure planning hat on, this is not good planning. If in fact we're going to talk about making an accessible, affordable place to live, that rings true to me in some regards. So I'm going to look down here at the council. I'll make a motion. I'm not asking anybody to make a motion. I'll make the motion. But I would truly like to hear from each council member what their thoughts are, because this one for me is concerning, and I want to do the right thing here, and I'm not sure that I truthfully know what the right thing is. So I'd love to hear any input from any council member.
Larry?
Chief Brody question. Your fire service is over there by Goodfellow, right, for this? What's the distance?
To that location, it's probably about 2 miles, maybe a mile and a half.
Fit in with your ring of service?
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. Station 4 right over there on Edgewood, south gate of the base, that's their response area. Maybe not even, maybe a mile, if I had to guess.
Fire
You have all
hydrant.
those other facilities there. They're operating businesses, so you have to have had fire service.
Oh, yes.
Okay, the fire hydrant part is parked out on Cristoval Road pretty much?
Yes, sir.
What kind of a hose distance is it from there to the?
I think Aaron measured that out. It's about 150 feet from the curb cut, or what will be the curb cut, to that one manufactured home. Is that correct? We would lay a supply line from that straight into to the property, and then come off of the trucks with the individual hand lines. Absolute worst case, trucks parked out on Cristoval Road with a very long hand line hose lay to the structures. That's not as optimal at all. So that's why it is important that we have access to the site. That 20-foot gate is of utmost priority, so we do have easy access to it.
Got a question for Aaron. Sure looks like spot zoning.
Define the difference between planned development and spot zoning.
Well, that's the advantage of a planned development, is where a planned development can modify the zoning based on the needs. And our zoning ordinance says it has to be an acre or more. Now, I will go back and say, you can see that is commercial. A true planner would probably argue that manufactured housing, while it is a housing type unit, fits closer to commercial than RS1 and R&E.
But if the end use is all residential living,
The end use is all residential living on this spot right here. Under our current zoning ordinance, they have, from 2000, they have a legal conditional use, because in 2000, the council adopted that if any use could have a conditional use, in this case, a heavy commercial can have a house by conditional use, they're allowed by right. And so we're really writing something to allow the manufactured house And from a spot zoning with other housing within the area, particularly with this house and some housing back here, we don't believe it's spot zoning, staying at that 2-acre minimum. Now, we could go to an acre minimum. Again, we don't believe it's spot zoning because it is, the type of house is more compatible towards commercial than a RS1 or an RS2. But I think we are writing the zoning code with the plan development. And so we're being able to do that within our own zoning ordinance with giving you criteria, conditions to say this is what would allow it to happen correctly. It is a challenging case for us to make that decision. My hat of what do we do to help our community continue to move forward with some understanding of this can't happen again, and I know that's hard to do. That is hard to do. That's putting a lot of responsibility back on staff and property owners. But in some cases, and sometimes there are things that are the right thing to do. And at this point, well, I would say not my entire staff was 100% behind me, and which is great because I really don't want them to always be 100% behind me. We'd had many months of discussing this, of does this make sense or not, and trying to come up with these conditions to move forward with a zoning option that doesn't violate things, that allows them to move forward, but it prevents or puts some controls to stop the growth of something that we don't see as a former councils, current councils, and future councils. We believe this is going to be commercial and heavy uses as opposed to what's going on there. So I'm not sure I answered your question directly, but that's my answer.
What city services, water or sewage? Is it septic tank or what is it?
It is septic currently. They do have a current water meter for the frame house. It's serviced by the city of San Angelo and has been for years, ever since they were annexed in, and then whenever a water main went down Cristoval, and they just upgraded those mains through this construction project. So they have adequate water.
So basically, Aaron, to recap, I think this conversation, I would say the following, that not only did the Planning Commission vote 5-1, but you have presented a plan that in your best case scenario protects all issues relevant to this project, that you've spent a lot of time, a lot of hours on this project and created conditions that should protect going forward, and particularly with the addition of going from a 15-foot gate to a 20-foot gate, that this isn't something fly-by-night decision. There's been a lot of work and effort put into this project.
Yes, ma'am, that's true.
And I think end of the day, you've presented the best case scenario possible to make this happen. And with the support of the Planning Commission 5-1, they have agreed with you.
We believe we have. While these 8 conditions, us trying to put on our hat of what's going to happen in the future, well, obviously safety, health, and welfare are the most important things, and we believe we're trying to protect that the best way we can. And so I think this is what we can come forward with at this time. We're obviously open to suggestion, and as Chief Brody pointed out, doing a wider gate and making some assurances of time frame make a lot of sense. Because if they need to respond to the site, they're going to respond to the site whether they can get there or not. And so they would like to get there safely.
Other question, Larry? Karen, was you raising, were you?
I'm kind of wondering about, okay, let's say we zone it that way. Sometime in the future, the individual has a manufactured home there, decides they want to live anymore, sells to somebody else. The guy wants to put in heavy manufacturing. Is that a difficulty?
No, we would come back and just either modify the plan development or request to remove the plan development and rezone it to the zoning that makes sense for their business type.
Karen?
Can you give us a quick summary of the definition of planned development? I think most of my questions have been answered in the debate. And I do want to acknowledge your desire to be compassionate. I think that's probably at the root of this. But the comprehensive plan shows this area developing in an entirely different manner. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, it does. So the comprehensive plan, as you can see here on this left side, shows commercial on this side and, of course, industrial on this side. A planned development is the ability for the requester, in this case the property owner and their representative, to request a modified zoning district. How do you modify the zoning district to meet some, whether it's development criteria, lot size criteria, whatever it may be. In our case, manufactured housing is very, very restricted in our zoning ordinance. And the state law has a very specific definition of what manufactured housing is or is not. The structure type they're asking for is a manufactured house, which is a HUD designation. And so we have to rewrite that zoning specifically to allow that house. It'd be different if it was another frame house. We would be able to go differently with maybe expanding that conditional use that they have for the first frame house. But since manufactured housing is not allowed with a conditional use, we couldn't do that. We couldn't amend that original conditional use that was given by ordinance back in 2000. We have to write something that's very specific for the manufactured housing. And I know that sounds odd because we don't get into structure type very often, but it is, that's the crux of it, is how do you make it work with that very specific definition from the state as well as our zoning ordinance, which our zoning ordinance matches the state's definition. And it comes out of a desire of how do we keep things equitable with structure types, with property taxes, with land uses, all of those things in alignment. And so the planned development allows us to modify those rules to allow some of those things that might not fit the cookie cutter, that fit into the square, even though they might be round.
I'm actually really glad that you explained that about the reason, giving the reason why they can't extend a conditional use permit to what's happening there at this time. Are we to assume that the heavy black line, which encloses the 2-acre parcel, is property owned by the applicants?
That is correct. Yes, they do own all of that property. I think it's between 13 and 18 acres. We were trying to get, SKG was helping us with that, and they were looking at that. But it is a large tract of land that has been platted through Concho River Estates many, many years ago. They have a lot and a half there.
How or would that, this zoning change, how or would that affect redevelopment of this site?
So we would
I didn't
continue.
say that very well, but is this like the first domino toward something else?
No, I don't believe so. I believe this is to solve this immediate issue here on this 2 acres. And we went to the 2 acres, because it's that far back where the current barn is, so that we can keep those things together. This acreage here would stay heavy commercial. It is not under the planned development at all. It stays heavy commercial. It stays with the vision plan of commercial. It only rezones this small 2-acre piece to be the planned development that would have the underlying of manufactured housing subdivision. While that word subdivision means that you platted land off, it's just what our zoning ordinance calls it. But it just means we've parceled that out, and they're able to do those things in the planned development there. It would not affect these areas. Now, one of the things that is challenging for this piece of property in general is the drainage that comes through here and goes through there. So remember where that is, and I'm going to go back to that image of Jackrabbit Trail. So this is at the corner of Jody Lane, about maybe 100 feet in from Jody Lane, the corner of where their property starts. We can see the elevation change of where that drainage goes through. And so that drainage is all trying to get to the Concho River. While that doesn't make parts non-developable, but if I go back to that overhead, you can see this swell comes way over here, and so that you really have maybe a developable site there and a developable site there on this piece of property, other than the ones in the area. That drainage really cuts across there. I would say if they were in the future, 20, 25 years from now, this piece, it may be very challenging because of infrastructure coming down that way. This piece may make more sense getting out to Cristoval in the future, which is a pretty big distance from the entrances and probably makes more sense. And they still kind of have this drainage buffer through there that will act as a natural buffer depending on how much they chose to sell to those housing areas there. The bigger challenge are adjacent properties, maybe to the north, that abut directly to that PD.
So the question mark is the fine. So let's say 5 years down the road, they make a decision to turn this front part that fronts Cristoval Road into a commercial development, and they used the house and the manufactured home as offices and requested those to become offices to support the development. Can that happen?
It can. We would come back with either amendment to the plan development, or we would come back with, let's remove the plan development and restore the heavy commercial zoning so that it could move forward in that way.
Aaron?
Okay. Lucy?
Aaron, and correct me if I'm wrong, because this is what I'm thinking. What concerns me, if this is a commercial, heavy commercial zoning, and you're going to have this trailer house and the other home, isn't that going to create noise to the people that are going to be living there, or traffic with the 18-wheelers going and coming?
Yeah, but they know that.
Yes, I know they
mean,
know that.
they know it.
But here's the problem. Years from now, when somebody wants to live over there and they're going, wait a minute, city of San Angelo, I don't like the way it sounds over here on my side of town. And the reason I'm saying that, Mayor, is because when Hirschville Steel was going on behind those homes, they'd been there forever.
Mm-hmm.
They knew Hirschville Steel was there and everything. And they still complained about the noise and everything else in the middle of the night or in early morning. And I'm just saying, is that potentially what we're looking at right now in the future, that they may say, I don't like all this noise and all this traffic and everything else, knowing they're going into a heavy commercial zoning?
Yes, ma'am. I think Councilman Hebert
And
kind
that's
of
what I was
alluded
going to say. I
is
do
that-
agree with what Tommy has said.
Correct.
Because it was all along the same line as what I was thinking.
And that's where we have to balance and weigh, are we solving an issue today, but creating one down the road that whoever lives there, how do we educate them and work with them that they've chosen a spot that may not be.
They're not smart enough to figure that out. I don't know what to say to you, but because Cristoval Road is what it is.
And it's about to be a much bigger
The properties
road.
around it are already zoned a certain way, so if you don't know what's going to happen when you look at that or buy that, I don't know what to tell you.
So I'm not sure I answered your question, Lucy,
Oh,
but
I
yes, I
did.
think.
I was just kind of making a statement out there, so yeah.
Yes, Harry.
Well, I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what Tommy said. I'm not really enthused about us jumping through the hoops that we're going to have to do to allow this property owner to keep that manufactured home there. I think we're going to be challenged in the future to see about changing ordinances about manufactured homes and where they can go. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure I've made up my mind one way or the other yet. As we get ready to vote on this thing, I don't like the fact that somebody just moves a manufactured home into a piece of property and then expects city staff, planning commission, and council to find a way to support that. Anyway, that's
And the
the way
planning
it's-
commission voted 5-1. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Tom.
All of us here have had perfectly correct input on what this is, but the situation, y'all have gone to great steps to figure out a way to make this work. The backstory to this is tiresome, but you've got a piece of property that Brenda points out, eventually it'll probably end up being a industrial. They'll probably end up using this house, which is a portable house, I mean, very removable, to either get it out of the way or use it as an office. I'll just want to follow up with what Harry said. The fact that somebody could sell these people a home and move it in there and pretend like there was no permitting at all just infuriates me. But the story of it is, planning did back this 5-1, and I'll agree with Brenda on this one. I think we've gone to great lengths to make this work, but it's only for a very little piece of that property. They know what they're getting. They know the problems that are going to come with it. Aaron, I think you did a good job on this.
Mayor,
Yes.
I want to say publicly to you, Aaron, to all your staff that worked on this, thank you. I know you all were literally backed in a corner on this to what Tom just said. You were presented a problem and said, fix it. And you worked for 3 months to come up with this as a solution. I'm going to make a motion to approve as presented with the addition of the gate being widened. If it's a minimum of 20 feet, I'll make that a part of the motion, but if it needs to be 25 feet, I'm going to have to, Aaron, have you work with the, I guess, the fire marshal and the fire chief on this to make sure we can get Chief Brody's equipment in there to do what needs to be done on that piece of property. So again, if it's 20 feet, if it's 25 feet, y'all come up with that. Can we do that, Brandon, or do we have to make it specific?
Yeah, I think you could condition it on the fire chief's approval, whatever that distance is. I do think we need to put the time requirement in there.
You're
also,
one step
but
ahead
yeah.
of, you're one step ahead of me. I'm going to say no later, this be accomplished no later than October 31st, 2025. That is nearly 7 months. I would think they could get that done in 7 months.
Aaron, is there like a building permit or like utility permit issuance that will allow them to do what they need to? I wonder if we should tie it to like permit issuance, because I don't know how to enforce it after that, other than take them to court or something, so.
Correct. We would probably tie it to the certificate of occupancy. And of course, they're going to want to occupy the structures as soon as possible. There are, in rare circumstances, that we do a temporary certificate of occupancy, and this may be one of those times. The challenge is, once you have residents in there, but
Okay.
I do think there are some options there to work with them to figure out where that cutoff is there. If it's voted
Is that
forward.
something we can at least leave a little open-ended, Brandon, but knowing that the widening of the gate is mandatory to whatever the fire chief, fire marshal's office suggests, and with the time frame, working with the planning department, can we leave it that open-ended today and approve it that way, or assuming it is approved? Or must we, how much more specificity must be inserted?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see a time certain in the condition, or as otherwise approved by the planning director, or something like that, if there's some discretion in it.
Well, we just need to ask that Aaron Vonay work with Chief Brody to determine the action necessary to ensure that the 20-foot or plus gate is done and completed. But I don't know about if they're already living there, they're living there already.
They're living in the frame house. I don't
Yeah.
believe they've got occupancy of the actual manufactured home. But I do think there's option, obviously, the property line's there, and you can see their other fence there of being able to find ways to clean that up and widen that. You can see there's kind of a panel fence there, and I'm sure that ties in over here maybe with another panel fence. So even if it's two 10-foot gates or something like that, I think there are some options there, and then widening the pavement here to bring it down, and it could just be as simple as grading and compacting that may work. So I believe the time frame makes sense for that October timeframe, and we will certainly work with Chief Brody and his team to make sure that it meets what their team needs when they respond in an emergency situation.
Well, and there may be another, there's going to be a left turn to get into the property, if I'm not mistaken. Now, since I hadn't been able to get out there, I don't know how wide that is, but we would need to be sure and work with Chief Brody that whenever they turn onto the property off of that surface.
Well, they are going to 4 lanes here, even in.
Cristobal Road.
Cristobal Road is. So I feel like they're going to have adequate space to turn in, but we'll have their team
No, I'm
look
talking
at
about
that.
onto the actual property itself.
I know, but off of Cristobal
Are you talking
Road
about off
is
of
where the
Cristobal?
angle will be.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
sir.
So, again, my motion is to approve as presented with the addition of widening the gate in consultation with Chief Brody and time frame. I'm going to go ahead and put a date certain in there, October 31st, 2025.
All right, with that, Larry, did you have another comment?
Yeah, it's great to move the gate, but I have questions about the road itself. Is it wide enough? Looks like the shoulders slope downward, so has Chief Brody looked into that? I
We will
want to
have
make
his-
sure it supports his trucks.
Yes, we'll have his team look into that. I know some of his field staff from Fire Marshal has been out there once, but they haven't really entered the property because normally the gate's closed. But through this process, they'll be able to go out and evaluate that and make sure it's up to standard.
I would just say that if we can have consideration of the width of the road matching the width of the gate into the property. So.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Okay, other public comment? All right, with that, let's take a vote. All in favor of approving item E with the, as presented, with the exception of the gate that would need to be enlarged. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Nay. Motion passes, I think 5-2. I couldn't hear you, Karen. 5-2. Moving on to item F, first reading and public hearing for Z25-05, a request for a zone change from the single-family residential zoning district to neighborhood commercial zoning district for 2 properties located at 502 and 504 West Avenue V. And Aaron, you're on again.
Thank you, Mayor. This one will be very quick, not.
So you say.
I did not say that on the last 3. So this is a rezoning for 502 and 504 West Avenue V. It's in the Rio Vista neighborhood, District 3, Mr. Harry Thomas. The vision plan is neighborhood center. It's just over a quarter of an acre between the 2 properties. It's currently as RS1 and is asking to go to neighborhood commercial. And of course, you see Bryant here. This is South Bryant, major thoroughfare going south out of our community. There are a couple of, and just even on this image, there's a small strip center there, a small electrical workshop there, and I think up to the north, there's a few more small businesses in the area. So we did send out 29 notices. We did not receive any back in support or opposition. Here is our zoning and our comprehensive plans. Our comprehensive plan here, and you can see there's a strip of neighborhood center that goes through here. And then you have this zoning that has kind of a little bit of a patchwork that's over time has come in and started doing some rezonings. You can see that one with the strip centers rezoned. This one may have a project coming forward in the short term. That office warehouse that's an electrical yard, electrical contractor yard is there. And so you're looking at connecting these 2 spaces with those properties right there. So we did look at the rationale. The frontage is a major thoroughfare, and it makes neighborhood commercial zoning appropriate. community need. We do not have that much neighborhood commercial in our community. And along this major thoroughfare, one of the proposals that they're looking at is a low-scale commercial serving the neighborhood. They're looking at a quick lube center to go in there, so it's not something you drop your vehicle off. It's something you stay with your vehicle, come around and exit out. And at this time, because it's built out with two older structures, them taking them down, there's no adverse effects to the natural environment at this time. Staff did present this to Planning Commission on February 24th. Planning Commission did make a recommendation of approval with a 6-0 vote, and city staff also recommends approval for the change from RS1 to neighborhood commercial at 502 and 504 West Avenue V.
Harry?
Thank you.
Short and sweet.
Both of you. I make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Any public comment on this item? Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We will now move into the closed session portion of our agenda. Executive session under the provision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government Chapter 551, Open Meetings, Subchapter D, exceptions to requirement that meetings be open under the following sections. A, Section 551.071, consultation with an attorney regarding property tax assessment on city-owned leased land. B, Section 551.072, deliberations about real property regarding city-owned leased land at 6859 Golden Lane. Section C, 551.072, deliberations regarding 2.524 acres out of lots 18 and 19 Fort Concho River lots. Item D, Section 551.072, deliberations about real property regarding 1, approximately 200.11 acres out of Survey 20, W.C. Rye Company, Abstract 8138, approximately 143.78 acres out of Survey 19, W.C. Rye Corporation or Company, Abstract 4018, and approximately 8.39 acres out of Survey 4.5 J.W. Johnson, Abstract 8647, and 2, approximately 316 acres out of Sarah B. Roberson, Survey number 178, Abstract 8474. We will be in executive session until we complete deliberation and take a break, because I'm sure everybody needs a few minutes to take a break. Yeah. We are now back from the closed session, and we are moving into the balance of the regular agenda, and it is 12:36 as this is called back to order. There are no announcements from our closed session, so we will move up to the follow-up and administrative issues as item B, consider approving various board nominations. Animal Shelter Advisory Committee, Roger Horton, SMD 4, to first full term ending January 2027. Civic Events Advisory Board, Ken Roberts, SMD 5, to first term ending December 2026. The Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeals, Roderick Mayberry, SMD 6, to first full term ending January 2027. And the Development Corporation, Travis Stribling, SMD 6, to first term ending February 2027. Is there a motion for approval of all of the? Okay, thank you, Larry. Second?
Second.
Second by a couple of people. And so we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those specific board nominations have been approved. We will go into item C, announcements and consideration of future agenda items. Are there any?
Yes. Mayor, I would like to ask Aaron to come back at our
He's
next.
gone for the day.
Yes, not come back right now, but next meeting, and try to have something put together for us for possible carports being permitted in the Pollan area.
I think you asked for that last
I
time.
did, but apparently nothing has happened, so I haven't heard anything, so that's why I'm saying it.
Shows you how popular that was.
Yeah.
So I can have it in writing that I've.
He doesn't have a response. I'll forward that to you, though.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Appreciate it.
Yes.
I think with all the new boards and commissions we're going to have coming over the next 60, 90 days, we look at having a training session for the boards, specifically planning, ZBA, and COSA DC, maybe DH. I mean, all those people need to know why we put them on that board and what their function needs to be. I think, yeah, anyway, long story short, we need to educate or re-educate and point out why they are put on those boards and what they need to do.
What their job
Is that part of the training that we typically do anyway, Daniel?
No, it's not.
Good. So we'll do.
Yeah, we do that for council members, but not
Yeah.
for. I mean, so I have put people on boards, and I mean, I just put one on ZBA, and I don't know if he knows his purpose
What?
and how far those decisions go. And I think we need to tell them, this is your job, this is what you're supposed to do. And we need to do our job of saying, this is what you need. And that may be an online course, an educational somewhere, but we need to do something to make sure our people
Well-
understand why they're there.
Yeah, why we put them on it to begin with, because why would you want to be put on a board if you don't know what the board's all about? I mean,
Oh, you convicted me on that one. I mean, it's not the point, and we have spent, our group has spent a good amount of time, this whole dais up here, the past 6 months, making sure we put the right people or better people on boards as far as they're more involved and germane in what's going on. So that's just my request. Okay.
Can you take maybe
Mayor,
15 minutes at the beginning?
for COSA DC, we are planning just that very thing, some dedicated, away from the regular meeting training, and we're going to offer it to the old dogs also, and just as a refresher, but.
all right, Tommy, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I would like, and Daniel, this may be budget time.
Would you guys listen up a minute, please? Larry, are you listening?
Maybe a budget time discussion, but it occurred to me when we were out for the groundbreaking at 29th Street Sports Complex, driving down Riverside Golf Course Road
Oh, yeah,
to
we've
the
talked about
site
it.
is horrendous, that road is. We're going to have a nice facility there. Let's fix, and I'm not talking about throwing.
Right.
We need to redo the road. We need a parking lot. Let's make that thing look good, the whole area. So that, I would like to hear a discussion about that. What do we need to do to get that road done, get the parking lot done, so that it goes with the facility?
Very good. I've already talked with Patrick about that, and I'll give you an update on that as well. But
Good.
yes, we do need to do something with
Yeah,
that. so,
thank you.
okay.
And I move we adjourn.
Wait a minute, is there any other announcements or conversation that anybody would like to have publicly? Okay.
Larry has to stay after the meeting.
Move we adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are officially adjourned at 12:41,